Just keep it real. Big John Steel. Tell me how you feel. Convince me where the top go. Just keep it real. Big John Steel. Tell me how you feel. Convince me where the top go. Jesus is king. Big John Steel. Jesus is king. Big John Steel. Bro, you don't make any sense. Slow down a second, it's making you tense. When I be talking, just don't interrupt. I say the truth, you get salty for what? Give me an argument, not an assertion. I'm almost convinced that you're not a real person. Why are you galloping? What do you gish? Topic to topic, you flop like a fish.
What's up, everybody? Hope everybody's having a good a good day. Oh my god, okay. I gotta balance this. I can hear colors. Let's say that. I had to get my ears cleaned yesterday. I could not hear a thing. And I can hear colors now. New Year's, who this? Who this? Who this? John Steel. Jesus is king. We're supposed to have a guest, but they're late, so we're starting without them. We're starting without them because they're late. Not a new haircut, I just look good today. Just look good. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Hola, ¿cómo estás, everyone? Buenas noches. Por favor. Por favor. No, it's not fan. It's not fan. Let's just say there's some stereotypes of being late. I hope the guest is burnt. Me too. Me too. Me too. Gotta grow the beard out though? Nah, bro. I was thinking about shaving it. John Steel. You know what's crazy? I just got these things. I have to buy a new filter for it already. One of the filters jammed up somehow. It is the filter for sure. So if anybody wants to help me out with that, down below is our wish list that's in there. If anybody wants, I'm not doing a great big orthodox beard, bro. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? The song is unique, bro. The song is unique to this channel only. To this channel only. Fresh shave would be a bit too far. Well, just saying. I got a handsome face, and everybody gets mad when I show it. Listen. So I'm more than just a beard. I'm more than just a beard and pretty eyes, okay? I have more than that in life. More than that in life. Apostolate prophet? No, I wish. I wish. Could you imagine? That'd be so gangster. None of these guys want to do TikTok debates, though. They do not want to come over on TikTok and do debates. That's just a fact. They want to stay on the YouTube. They feel safe over there. They don't want to come to the streets with us. Now, you see, we in the hood. We doing hood debates. We on the streets. Those guys, this ain't for them, man. This ain't for them. It ain't for them. The only one who does is God Logic. God Logic can do it. God Logic can do it for sure. TikTok is the sewers, bro. It's the sewers. Nobody want to come over to TikTok, bro. Nobody want to come over to TikTok. Nobody want to do it. Nobody want to do it. All right. Well, we can't wait. I've been just yapping. We can't wait forever for them. So we just got to go ahead with the live. We just got to go ahead with the live and see if have I thought about doing an IRL? I would love to do an IRL. The problem is where I live. That's the biggest issue. I cannot do. I was wondering why I was getting some crazy feedback. I got my speakers on. I cannot do an IRL because of where I live, right? Because of where I live is so small that I know everybody that I see on the street. Like literally, it's that small. I could do it maybe once or twice, and that would be it. And then that would be too much, right? So can't do it. I would have to travel. The problem with me traveling is everywhere else is too far and too expensive to do it. So if you guys want to see us do IRL content, support us on Patreon, bro. Then we could start putting money back into, because right now the money that we're making is just going to supporting us, right? And then obviously the charities that we do and things like that. But it's just going to, like, I wish I didn't say that out loud. It's just going to supporting our home and our lifestyle and things like that, and keeping the channel running and doing the bare minimum. Like, it's just maintenance. But if we get it to the point, if we get that Patreon to the point, we get the super chats to the point, we get the memberships to the point where we could start investing back into the business, we could start flying out places and doing videos. We can go to Speaker's Corner. We could go do some college campus stuff. We could do some change our mind stuff. You know, we could go and meet with these people. Like right now, Than is talking to me about an opportunity to go somewhere. I don't know if we'll be able to do it. I don't know if we'll be able to do it because traveling is expensive, especially as how far I am away from everybody. And I ain't moving. Listen, I love y'all, but I'm not moving because I got family here. I got friends here. I got a community here. I got a whole system that we set up here that I just can't leave. Just can't abandon them. Just can't abandon my people for y'all. For y'all. Don't be heathens. Y'all like the live. Amen. Need that extra private jet. We need 2 private jets now. That's the case. We need 2 of them. We need 2. Verse of the day is Philippians 1:3. Read it for us. They do superb debates, higher middle class dudes acting like they're not rich. Who? Who are you talking about? I think they're if we're talking about the people I was talking about, I don't think they're higher middle class. I think they're just probably middle class. I wouldn't call higher middle class rich. Would you guys call higher middle class rich? I saw a standard the other day of where you're at, and it shows you like your living standards and things like this. I am definitely lower middle class, but I'm proud of that. I'm super proud of that because I never thought in my life I would ever enter into the middle class era of my life. So lower middle class, bro, I will take that every day of the week. Every day of the week. I consider that a huge blessing. Huge blessing. Where is this man? He said, I'm texting him. We waiting on you. We waiting on you, bro. We waiting. I was being hyperbolic. I don't sweat you, bro. I thank my God for every time I think of you. Philippians 1:3. Thank you. Yeah, it's good. I live in New York. Am I cooked? I don't know. Are you? What's New York like? I've never been to New York. I want to travel. I want to go to New York. That's actually on a list of places that we want to go for like a little vacay. We want to visit New York and see Times Square and do all that. But it's expensive. Expensive. That's the thing. Why John dressed like Freddy Krueger, bro? Because I'm out here in people's nightmares, son. I'm dressed like Freddy Krueger because I'm in people's nightmares. That's facts. That's facts. I'm in their nightmares. They do not want to sleep because I'm in there. I'm in there. What's up, baby? How you doing?
Hi.
How much was it?
It's only like 35.
35. Oh my God.
It'll be ready later.
Oh, they couldn't even give it to you now?
No.
It's eardrops. What time do they say?
Couple of hours.
A couple hours?
But they're open till 9.
Okay. Well, I'll go pick it up then.
Okay.
I won't make you do that twice. That's not fair to you. Not fair to you. You ain't my slave. You're messing up my hair, bro. I'm all stylish for the lives, and you're messing up my hair. Get off me. Get off me. Where is this man? He said he was going to go live with me. He said, I had other things to do. Bro,
Oh.
I'm just have to go. Terry Crews.
Oh.
Terry Crews. We're just going to have to do it without him.
Can you bring him up after?
I could, but I'm going to have to change the topic because this is his topic. I don't want to do this topic. So I have to change the topic back. And then when he comes back up, we'll have to change the topic again. You can't rely on these people, bro. Can't rely on these people. Sharia communism about to take over, bro. The UK has been wild lately. Wild. Have you seen some of that? What's going on? Terry Crews, bro. There's a debate in 19 minutes between Jonathan, I don't know who that is, and Bart Ehrman. Is there?
Sheffield.
I didn't know Bart Ehrman was still doing things. I thought he gave up. I thought he quit. I thought he moved on in life. I definitely need, now that my ears are cleared, these are way better, but I definitely need a new filter.
That's okay.
This one. So we'll have to do that. The bald guy? Yeah, Terry Crews guy. Terry Crews. I know Terry Crews. He's joining us today. He's joining us today. This man. I'm about to call him. I'm gonna call him and see what's up. See if I got to start without him. I'm gonna see. I FaceTime him. See what's happening. I'm gonna FaceTime. He's not gonna pick up my call now. Watch. He gonna leave me on red.
Rude.
He gonna leave me on red. Oh, He did not answer the call, bro. How's he not answering the call? This man, ladies and gentlemen. Wow.
That's hurtful.
Wow.
That is hurtful.
That is hurtful. That is hurtful. Well, do you want to work today? It'd be great if you did. It's up to you. We don't normally go Saturdays. It's your day off. If you want us to clock in, you can clock in. Either way, you're going to get paid.
Wow, what a good deal, guys. I gotta do some like laundry and stuff, so.
Okay, then we'll have no timestamps today, guys, because Abby decided to take the day off. So everybody say L's for Abby in the chat.
Not taking the day off.
L's for Abby in the chat. What?
I got housework.
L's for Abby in the chat.
I work at the house.
L's for Abby. Stop messing up my hair, would you? Stop it. Get off my head.
Baby's so cute.
Stop touching my head. Stop it. Stop touching. All right. I'm going to change the topic. We'll do a vote, and then if he jumps back up, he'll just have to accept that topic. So let's do a vote. Let's do another poll. Start a Q&A. No. Okay. How do I end the last poll? End poll. Okay. And then so we're going to do 4 options. All right. What you want? Christianity be true. Islam be false. Abortion. And then Charlie Kirk. Poll is now up. You guys do the vote. Do the vote. Let's see what you guys say. Oof. It's a close poll. Looks like Christianity's winning out, which will be good because if he does decide to join us, that'll be an easy transfer over to his topic. That'll be an easy transfer. We won't have to worry about re-engaging the queue. Won't have to do it. All right, looks like we're doing Christianity is true. Give me a second to switch the things for y'all. So, Bob. Gotta switch that to me now. Okay. And let's go back to here. And then so we're going solo. We go here. Now, see, now I got to move everything around because I had it all set up for him. Boom. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we should be good to go then. Let's do a quick prayer and then we'll get this live started. We'll get this thing going. Lord, thank you for this day and the blessings you've given. Thank you for who you are and all you provide. Thank you for the ability to have these conversations with people and communicate with them. Thank you for just walking with us and ask that you do that today. Just walk with us, be present with us, give us the Holy Spirit, and allow us to speak things that are only true and correct in your eyes. I ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Hallelujah. God is good. Now let's get this party started. I still haven't gone live on TikTok, so I was waiting for homeboy. But we'll do that, and then we'll open the floodgates. Why am I not connected on the shorts? Connect the streaming software. Okay. Good. All right. And then we are live on the we've opened the floodgates. We're good to go. It might take a little while because we got to build up a queue of people that are the combaters. So we could chill and hang out for a little bit. We can answer some questions or do whatever. We can end this poll. That's done. Oh, Ted, thank you so much for becoming a member of the channel. We appreciate you around here. We really do. Or what is deconstruction zone? Thanks, friendo. Thanks, friendo. I debated a Muslim earlier, said because 3 humans have the same nature, are all 3 humans what? I debated Muslims who said because 3 humans have the same nature and are still 3 humans. No. Because we have different locations, times, places. We are not part of each other. How do you get an audience of people that disagree with you? I've always run into a situation, people just blocking or muting me or preventing seeing disagreeers in the feed. I don't know, man. I'm just highly dislikable. People just don't like me, bro. So because I'm so dislikable, people just want to yell at me. I'm not a likable guy. I think you just got to be more of a jerk. Remember, okay, that's another thing, guys. We got to make sure that we got to make sure that this man keeps the naughty bad words out of his mouth. So you guys got to, if I'm starting to slip, you got to put me back on track. You got to put me back on track and keep those bad words, the naughty bad words out of this guy's mouth. All right? It's going to be silly goose. A lot of silly gooses today. A lot of silly gooses. That's what's happening. I might have to grab a little hoodie or something. It is getting cold. We're starting to get that weather now where it's starting to get chilly out. And I hate being cold. I hate being cold with such a passion. Like a deep-seated passion. I hate being cold. Like, oh my God. If people watch you for more than 5 seconds, they realize you're actually a good guy. Define good. For no one is good but God alone. Right? Greetings, comrade. This is comrade nonsense. Hey, do you guys like coming online and watching me master debate? You guys are supposed to be good Christians, yet here you are watching me master debate. What's wrong with y'all? What is wrong with y'all? Y'all up here online watching me master debate. That's sick. You're sick. You are all sick. Sick individuals. Sick individuals. I thought most Canadians liked the cold. I'm literally shivering right now. I'm hoping it warms up with the lights in the computer and all that going on. How's the ringing? No ringing in my ears, and I can hear everything. Everything, man. I can hear all things, all times. I can hear my feet moving across the floor. I can hear. It's amazing. It's like I'm watching. It's like I'm listening to life in 3D. It's the best. It is the best. All right, smash the like button, share the live, do the things that you need to get out there. Let's bring up a guest. Can I hear it coming in the air tonight? Absolutely. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 19.
All right, bro. Christianity is true. Prove me wrong, win a taco.
So what justification do you have to prove a God even exists?
Yeah, I'd say the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, wait, so you're saying the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ leads to a God?
Yes.
Okay, so why couldn't it be aliens? It would be more plausible, and it would be more parsimonious for it to be aliens than it would be God.
Okay.
If that's if that's how you explain God, then that's
Yeah, I think the higher
okay.
prior probability that it's going to be God, considering God is going to have better means and more motive to interact with us, is going to be way higher than aliens, considering that aliens would likely not have the means nor the motive to interact with us.
Okay, would you agree it's more parsimonious?
No,
It's not. So it's not more parsimonious for aliens to do that than it is God to do it.
no, I just gave an argument why it's not. You weren't listening.
Do you know what parsimony is?
Let's explain what you're saying then.
So parsimony, right,
Hmm.
or basically ontological simplicity, that's what it's called, is when, right, the thing in substance has much way lower, way lower attributes and way lower property sets than the other. So when
Okay,
I say parsimony,
so if you're just saying it's simpler, right? Then
yes,
the
yes,
alien, yeah.
simpler.
So yeah, that's what I thought. Aliens are going to be more complex and have higher, a less likely chance to interact with us
Okay, okay, is
than God.
God infinite?
Hold on. I'm still not done. I'm still
Okay,
not done.
okay, yeah.
God is a simple being, right? Is less complex. It'd be more parsimonious.
Okay,
He
okay,
finally
is
shows
God
up.
eternal?
This
What up?
man
What up?
finally shows up.
Thanks for patiently waiting. I'm glad
Patiently
to be here.
waiting. Hold on. I got to bring this man on now. And let me pull this up. What is this? What is this? Everyone, this is Tim's chin.
Oh yeah, I can change that. There we go. I got Darth
Beauty.
Sidious vibes today.
Varsity. Okay, Tim, you're coming in. I'm talking to this guy. I said to him that it is more likely that God interacted with us than aliens for the death and resurrection. He says aliens are more parsimonious. Do you want to argue against that?
Oh yeah,
So
definitely
I had
not.
a question. Is God God is eternal, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so would you consider aliens eternal or no?
Uh, no.
Okay, so God wouldn't be more parsimonious than aliens because
Why?
God is eternal, so He has an infinite higher set than aliens do.
Okay,
Why,
hold on,
why
bro.
should anybody think that?
What's your name?
James,
James. Everybody's saying you got a crazy echo. Do you mind jumping out and jump back in? And if you got your camera on, make sure it's off.
do I still have echo?
I don't hear it. Everybody in the chat says they're hearing it.
Okay, I'll jump down and jump up.
If that doesn't work, you can join at the tiny URL thing. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is my homeboy Tim, one of the smartest people I know. If you don't know him, it's Doxastic Mastery on YouTube.
Worldview.
Oh, you switched it. Did you switch it or?
Mhm.
Okay. Worldview Mastery on YouTube. Y'all should be following him because he's just roasting people lately. Roasting, just like putting them on the grill. Big cook, flipping them, cook them again, and then tossing them out. Y'all need to be following him. So go do that,
Thanks
baby.
for that. I did not pay
Turn on
him.
the washer.
He said that on his
Guess
own
so.
volition, his own free will acts. So yeah, glad to be here. Let's see what's going down.
All right, let's see if this works.
Do I still have echo?
I don't know. Chat, does he still have an echo? Because some users just have echoes. It's not your fault, not our fault. It just happens sometimes. Yeah. Okay. tinyurl.com/BJS guest.
I'll just I'll join on another phone later.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, seeing as how you were late, and I mean, just saying, being black and being late, bro, that's not a good look. Not a good look.
You know what they call that?
What?
It's called what's it called? CPT.
What's CPT?
Color people time.
Do you want to keep this topic, Christianity is true, prove me wrong, or do you want to switch it to God is real?
Oh, yeah, we can do God.
You want to do God is real?
You do God is real.
All right, we'll switch it.
You always get the most like fringe opinions when you do something like this.
God is real. Prove me wrong. Win a taco. And let's. I gotta switch my ticker. Hold on, real quick. It's gonna look weird for a second, guys.
This is such a weird. I've never used this thing before.
The VDO thing.
Yeah, what is this?
It's my magic, bro. My magic. Remember, we're all on TikTok right now. We're only on TikTok because TikTok is so great. We love TikTok and TikTok Shop. TikTok is the best platform in the world, ladies and gentlemen. Smash the like button, share the live because TikTok is the best. Is the best. Let's get a guest up in here. Modern Atheism, not you. What's up, bro? Can you hear me?
Hi.
Hi.
So, how are you?
Good, man. You?
Great.
Wait, is this
Great.
modern?
Yeah, it's Modern Atheism. What, did you not hear me?
Oh, do you?
It's
you ever-
kind of hard to hear on my end, but
Yeah.
There, is he loud now?
yeah, it's good.
Good. All right, bro. God is real. Prove us wrong. Win a taco.
Oh, yeah. It's great that you changed the topic because I wanted to talk about something like that. You know, I just got a huge opportunity, like the biggest debate invitation I have had yet. I don't want to say exactly where, but it's in a channel with almost 200,000 subscribers, and it's huge. It's about the topic of, is the past infinite? Is it possible that it's an infinite past, that the past is like infinitely eternal, right? That it goes back, you know what I mean, right? It has to do with the first cause argument, and in the context of these arguments, the claim being made, right, by theists is that an infinite past is impossible, or that an infinite series of causes.
Wait,
is
are you
impossible.
talking about the debate that you're gonna do, or are you talking about what we believe?
I
no,
think
I'm
he's going
talking
to want
about
to
the-
use you as a practice dummy.
Right. Yeah, young got it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's right. I wanted to maybe you start with
So
maybe
are
can-
you defending the stance that that you can have infinite causal chains?
Yeah, I will be defending that stance. I to be honest, to be completely honest, I also find it unintuitive. I'm not sure if this is the right approach to this problem. I think it has problems, but I want to try to defend it for the sake of this debate, because atheists usually sometimes they defend this.
Yeah. So at least for me, I just have no interest in those sorts of arguments. I
Right.
think that as far as, so this is the way that I view some of these things, as far as philosophical and like metaphysical just discussions are concerned, like it's an interesting one. But as
Yeah.
far as philosophy of religion in terms of whether God exists, it just doesn't matter, right? Like, okay, if it turns out that all causal chains must be finite, cool, right? Then that gives us a new area of philosophy to work on. If it turns out that, hey, it is logically possible that you can have infinite causal chains, okay, great, that has implications somewhere else. It doesn't change natural theology. It doesn't change my case for God, at least. So I wouldn't be the best person to talk to about this because, frankly, it just doesn't even matter to me.
Okay, sure. No, well, maybe if you want, we can talk about something else. Like we can talk about what will be your best argument for God, or something else, or what does John think? Like maybe I can call another day to discuss this.
Yeah, I don't know what
Yes.
John. Yeah, I mean, I'm just talking about myself right now. So.
Yeah, because since you're here, you're only here today. If you want to discuss something else, it's great.
I think whatever Tim thinks. If Tim thinks it, I think it. We are one.
We are one.
That's
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, Binitarianism here. Okay, so I mean, yeah, man. I mean, yeah, we can talk about just general theism because you're
Yeah,
modern
sure.
atheism.
Yeah,
So-
right. Okay, so yeah, here is the one. Okay, here's what I think to be the best argument against theism, right? Not against deism, but against theism. For me, in my opinion, it's actually not the problem of evil, like many atheists say. For me, it's the problem of religious confusion. That's what I would say is the strongest argument against theism. The fact, here's how I will formulate the argument. It's very, if you start from the hypothesis that there is a God who wants to reveal our religion to humanity, then the situation is this, what would you expect normally is for the vast majority, if not all of humanity, to believe in this religion, because he will just, he will just reveal it to them. You wouldn't expect the situation we have now when, like, okay, 25% people believe in Islam, 28%, 30% believe in Christianity, 20% believe in Hinduism. I know it's like humanity is so confused about it.
So just divine hiddenness?
Okay, so let's pause there. Is that like your first premise? Is that is this expectation?
Yeah, it will be
if
like
God exists, and we would expect there to be no religious confusion. Like premise one. Premise two, we do see religious confusion, therefore God probably doesn't exist. Is that what it is?
Yes, it will be something like that. It will be something like
okay,
a probabilistic.
So I reject premise one. I think that you have some assumptions that need defending. So because I think that premise one builds in something that I would reject. So I would agree that there should be no religious confusion, but I think that you are making a fallacy that I've coined. I see a lot of atheists actually make this fallacy. I think that you're making I call it like you're making like a temporal fallacy. And what I mean by that is you're saying your premise should read more like this. If God exists and he has the character that's usually described, like he's perfectly loving, all knowing and all powerful, then at no time whatsoever, if there are sentient creatures, should they be confused about what religion is true. That's your premise, because I agree that there will be no religious confusion at some point, right? I believe all religious confusion at some point in the future will cease to exist. But what you're saying is something much stronger. You're kind of doing what Schellenberg does, which Schellenberg thinks that there should be at no time whatsoever, that just by trying, creatures should not be in relationship with God in the same way. You think that at no time whatsoever should we be confused about religious matters, and I just don't see any reason to accept that premise.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a strong logical premise in the sense that, okay, it's obvious.
Yeah, it's an assumption. It's a programmatic assumption. You're programming it into the hypothesis. I just don't have that hypothesis. So, hey, man, like, I think it's cool. You just got to find a theist who agrees with you, right? Because this is ultimately going to be, you have to start with the internal logic of theism first. What that means is you have to look at the rules by which the theists are playing by, and then you got to see if those rules actually, pan out in the external world, right? And so far, you haven't met stage one of that, which is you haven't gotten our rules right. And what I would say is, I don't know any theist who thinks that all of God's desires need to happen at one singular instantaneous point in time.
Right. But I don't see any reason why would he want at any point in time religious confusion. I think it's a reasonable assumption, even if it's not.
So have you heard of what's called a no-seum inference?
A what?
Have you heard of the no-seum inference?
I'm not sure I've heard of it.
I felt that a what so much in my soul. A what?
No, it's actually it's not even that crazy. So apparently like if you go to, I think in the South or whatever, there are these little bugs. They call them no-seums because they're so tiny. Like there's these really tiny bugs that fly around, and they're like so tiny you can't really even see them. And they're called and they've been dubbed no-seums, right? And so people have coined that as an inference, right? It's called no-seum inference. It's basically the idea is like, well, if it's difficult for me to see a reason, right, then the reason must not exist. Like that's the inference here. It's like, oh, if it's difficult for me to see these bugs, then these bugs probably don't exist. And that's kind of the inference that you're making here, which is, well, I'm failing to see what reason there would be, But like a failure to see a reason does not actually indicate that there is no reason, right?
Right.
So you would have to make a separate argument that is like alongside this. You'd have to make a supplementary argument that would say this is exactly what we would expect, but that's another assumption that again you would have to check to see if the theist would even agree with you, because remember, we have to be on the same page by
Right.
which the theistic worldview, like what rules the theistic worldview plays by. Like the argument hasn't even gotten off the ground yet. Like if we don't agree here, there's nothing left to happen. You're just kind of articulating your own thoughts at this point. Like that's not
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
So like how
Right,
do
so
you
Jim-
how do you escape the no-CM inference?
Yeah. Well, I think at some point it's not like, okay, maybe there is a reason and we cannot see it. I think at some point my intuition it's so reasonable that it manages to shift the burden of the proof on the theist, that where he has to provide a reason of why we don't see an explanation for why God does this, because my intuition is very reasonable prima facie, and I think that's the case here. And I do have a reason for this. The reason is it's been postulated that God already revealed a religion in time. He already did it. He did it 2,000 years ago. And I think that after that point, I'm not saying that at all points. I'm saying that after that point, after the point that God has revealed his religion, and so many time has passed after that.
Can I just jump in on one little point that you said? I don't mean to cut you off, but you said just one little issue I noticed, and I don't want to lose it, is that you said he revealed it 2,000 years ago, and so therefore he should do it, but he didn't reveal it to everybody. He revealed it to a small little select group in a tiny little area.
That's kind of my point. Also, that's kind of what atheists also say. Why would God reveal that to a small select group in a tiny area instead of to all of humanity? That's also
right.
So
but you're using that as an example of like, why wouldn't he reveal it all now? Go ahead, Tim.
So this is my issue. Modern, do you have like a name, or do you not want to reveal your name?
Juan. Yeah, I already said it. It's Juan.
Juan?
Juan. Yeah.
Do you have a brother named Tu?
A brother? What is that?
Do you have a brother named Tu?
No.
White people, man. Okay, so we're gonna keep going.
White people.
One. Okay. We needed that. The chat is sleeping right now. Okay, so I think a big disconnect between this is I just think that I don't think you have the structure of how a theistic explanation actually is, like how theists actually go about explaining things. I think that the structure that you have in mind about what theistic explanation is just kind of wrong. And the reason why I think that is because, well, actually, I don't even need to even tell you. Explain to me, how does theism make explanations? Like, how does it make predictions?
Well, theism made claims by postulating attributes for God. So they say, for example, one attribute for God is God wants you to be a Christian. God cares about faith. God cares about you believing in the right religion.
That's actually, I think that's actually skipping a ton of stuff. So have you read the work of Richard Swinburne?
A bit. Mostly by others commenting on it.
If you did, congratulations, because getting through the first page without falling asleep is impressive work.
Oh, I'm reading Graham. I'm having the same problem now with Graham Opie arguing about gods. That's so difficult. It's so formal logic. It's so difficult to read. It's very hard, but it's good. Yeah.
So here's what I would recommend. So in chapter 6 of his book, The Existence of God, he goes over general considerations of what world theism is likely to predict. And he gives the entire structure of theistic explanation that I would hold to, a lot of other people would hold to, that are, I would say are the top notch in their field today in philosophy of religion. And pretty much what I would say, right, is the first thing you have to understand, right, is like, what is motivating God to do anything at the end of the day? Like, can you tell me, like, what motivates God to do anything?
Oh, I guess what makes him happy. Whatever makes him happy is what motivates him.
Okay, so I would disagree. That can be a model, right? But I don't think that's a very explanatory one.
Okay.
So I think that because God has two attributes,
Okay.
one being all powerful and one being all knowing. If you
Yeah.
put those two together, right, what you actually get is you actually end up getting a set of motivations that God would have to do anything, which would
Really?
be his goodness. His goodness
What,
actually follows from his power and his knowledge.
I don't see why does it follow really, but okay, but I don't see exactly why does that follow from
Yeah,
omnipotence
yeah,
and omniscience.
it's simple.
Why does goodness
It's
follow?
simple. So if God knows all truths and believes and doesn't believe anything that's false, right?
Right.
Then God knows all true concepts about things like value, about like what reasons there are to do things.
Right.
So there are reasons to do things and there are reasons to not do things. And if God's all knowing, then he knows the reasons to do things and he knows reasons not to do things.
Yeah, but
If God is all powerful, he would not, there can be nothing outside of him that influences him to do anything. Meaning that
Yeah.
the only thing that God can act on and that can influence his actions are reasons, because one
Right.
being all knowing means that God is rational. And so
Yeah.
then God is influenced by, God has
No,
no
not
non-rational influence.
Not necessarily. It's not God all knowing not necessarily rational. It's not the same. Being rational is not the same as knowing information. It's not being it's not exactly the same as being rational.
Would you
Acting
know what
rational.
rationality is?
I kind of get yeah, I think I get I have an
If you
idea
knew
of
what
what it is.
rationality was and you knew all steps in rationality, would you not just like become rational?
Not necessarily I could be irrational.
So
I could
the problem one is that one way of knowing is called know-how, like
Right.
knowing how to like get something. And so if God is all knowing and
Yeah.
there are ways of knowing where that make you rational, God knows that. And
Really?
God would have no motivation to pursue something else because the weight of reasons to be irrational are pale in comparison to the weight of reasons there are to be rational. This is just on the very nature of reasons. And then
Pale in
because
what?
God's all
Okay.
powerful, nothing outside of himself can influence himself. And so then
Right.
it follows that God's motivations would be in line with the reasons to do things, right? And these kinds of reasons, a class of these reasons are going to be things like moral reasons. And so it's going to be value-based reasons. So right away, we get a narrowed range of the kind of things God would be motivated towards. He'd be motivated towards things that are valuable. And then based on their value, and he'd be able to accurately perceive the value that things have. So now we know that the range by which God will create things is going to be in the range of things that are valuable, right? So when you ask yourself the question, well, I don't know why God would reveal a religion, but yet not have this religion be so widespread, there be no utter confusion. The only way you can make that argument make sense as far as trying to generate an expectation is you'd have to say there's nothing valuable at all, full stop, about a reality that over time, one singular religion ends up becoming widespread. You'd have to say there's no value in that. And what I would say, that's a very controversial idea because it takes like 0 seconds to think about the value that there is in a world that develops over time where a religion's truth actually ends up disseminating to all people. And that's exactly what we see in the Christian story, which is that like that onus is put on us, is to make the world this way. And that's really, really cool because there's a participatory value there. Like we actually have a role to play. Like that's really, really cool. Like there's a lot of value in that. And so if God knows the value of these things and God is motivated by nothing other than the reasons to do things and value our reasons, then like, there you go. Like it's very, very simple. Like that's how it works. And so rather than it being a defeater, bro, it actually makes sense on the theistic worldview. It fits God's character. It fits what we would expect. All I got to do is find one valuable thing in this entire plot, and that gives God reason, and it gives you no reason.
Okay, I think, can I respond to that? I don't think it's enough to just find one valuable thing in your scenario. If the other scenario had 20 valuable things, right? And it was more valuable in total. So what I will respond to that is we have two scenarios. One, God reveals a religion in a way that like almost everybody gets it immediately, and there is no confusion. And second is your scenario. God reveals a religion in a way that temporarily and eventually becomes the dominant religion. But many people are confused in the meantime. Okay, I don't think I have to demonstrate that the second scenario has zero value. I have to argue that the first scenario has more value than the second. And I think that's intuitive and almost obvious, I would say. I don't have to show that you have absolutely zero value.
I disagree, because it's not about what you think is valuable. It's about what the theist thinks is valuable, because you're critiquing the theistic worldview. You're not critiquing your worldview. Because what you're doing, right, is you are bringing your own worldview's baggage into the analysis and acting like the theistic worldview shares that baggage, right?
Yeah.
So right now, we're actually not even having a conversation about God. Right now, we're just having a conversation about what Juan thinks is valuable versus not valuable. But that doesn't matter, because as long as I can find a model that can actually that can show that it's logically possible that the way in which we see the world in its current state has value, that's all I need for the theistic hypothesis to make sense of the world. Whether you disagree with that value model that I put forth, it doesn't matter, because it's always God's existence, so theism plus some theory about value. Whether you agree with that theory of value doesn't even matter. As long as there's some logically possible theory of value that can make sense of the way the world is, the theistic hypothesis is explanatory and it's logically coherent. That's it. So at the end of the day, it would just be a disagreement about value, but that doesn't mean the theistic hypothesis is false. It just means your specific preference for what you think is valuable doesn't cohere with what I would think that's the case.
Right.
Welcome to 2,000 years of Christian debate.
Yeah. So I will say it's not my arbitrary preference of what I think it's valuable. I think I'm starting from what theists postulate that God finds valuable. Theists are saying that people believing in the right religion is valuable, and that's been postulated, right? So that's how I think. So I think even from the criteria of the theist, there is also it's clear that revealing the right religion is valuable. Oh, by the way, you say it's logically okay. Let's say I agree to that. I will grant you that it's logically possible that this scenario somehow, for some reason, is more valuable. Yes, but it's not. It's like, okay, I'm not making a logically argument. I'm making more like a probabilistic argument. It just feels weird to me that this scenario has more value than the other scenario.
Well, no, it's not more valuable, right? Because for it to be more valuable, you and I would have to agree on value terms. We haven't even done that yet.
Okay. Do we agree that about a scenario with no confusion is more valuable, all things being equal, than a scenario with religious confusion? So do you agree to that? Like, religious confusion is bad. It's something that less bad.
If there's no other context here, I will go across the line. If there's no other context, but everyone is confused about God, and no one's confused about God, no other context, nothing.
Yeah.
And yes, but that's not the context.
Okay. But we agree that all things being equal, right? That confusion is bad, so it's less bad.
Yeah, but that doesn't do anything because that's not the context.
Oh, thank you, Gabriel. sorry about that. I also see Jimbo there in the chat. Hello, Jimbo. Okay, yeah, but also in the context. But you have to. So I think when it has been established that confusion is clarity is valuable, and confusion is less valuable, you have to show. I think it managed to shift the border of the
even that. Not even that, because again, to make value judgments, there has to be a context, right? Like you're making these absolute claims. And I never even agreed on the basis of absolute claims. Like, mystery and lack of clarity can absolutely be valuable. I'll give you an example. All of our best narratives, all of our best stories, all of the movies that do the best, there's great ingredients of mystery and lack of clarity all throughout these narratives. And we wouldn't even actually value them if they didn't have those themes. What we like about them is we like the fact that in mystery, how mystery eventually evolves into clarity. That's what we like about narrative. Okay, so here's what I'm telling you. That's the Christian. That's the Christian story. Mystery evolves into clarity.
Okay.
So I just want to touch on, so like an example, and I might be wrong about this. So if I'm butchering what you're saying there, Tim, let me know. William Lane Craig gives an example about why God's divine hiddenness, using like the middle knowledge aspect of Molinism, that it very well might be possible that he's revealed enough information that it's perfectly rational and reasonable to believe in God, but not so much information that you lose the aspects of like your freedom or free choice and free will. So for example, if God was just like floating in the sky looking at us, we may lose our ability to actually freely choose him, and we might be coerced to choose him. So the value comes in just having just enough information where you can freely choose him and be rational to do so.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. No, I may agree to that actually. That's what I think. I formulate this argument in terms of religious confusion instead of divine hiddenness, because I think it's easy to say at some point, yeah, maybe if God gives you so much evidence that it's like super obvious, okay, that maybe you're forced, he's forcing you or something. Maybe I can agree to that. But,
So I just want to make sure that we're on the same page here. Juan, when I
Yeah.
mentioned to you how that there is narrative value that each and every one of us sees plainly and clearly, where the theme of mystery evolving into clarity is something that we all value.
Yes.
Okay, why do you think that that's something that it only applies there, but it doesn't apply in this particular scenario here? Because there's no difference on the Christian meta narrative.
Is there no
Mystery
difference?
does evolve into clarity.
Okay, sure. No, it depends on where is the mystery. Let me give you an obvious example. If you are sick, there is no value on, or the doctor tell you, oh, it is a mystery, or what is your disease, so I cannot treat you. Okay, there is no value in that. I think it's obvious that that mystery is bad in that specific case. Okay, now there might be some value on mystery. Braxton Hunter says something like, talking about different denominations of Christians, he says that there could be value in in getting together and discussing and debating and finding out the truth, that there could be some value in that mystery. But what I think is that the bad things outweigh the good things. While there might be some value in that, I think the bad
But
things.
dude, you're doing it again.
All right, just
Wow,
real quick
again.
before you guys go, because this is getting really Phil Broy and we're going to lose the crowd.
Okay.
I'm going to put on a timer for 2 minutes. So you guys can finish whatever you got to say, but then we're going to jump on to the next person. And it's nothing on you, Modern Atheism. We love you.
That's fine. It's boring when it gets so like this.
All right.
Yeah. No, it's true. And I agree as well. I will say that this particular part of the conversation is really just like dusty and so it's like read an academic textbook for fun. Okay, so the only thing I would say there, man, is I think that the main disagreement here is just you have an idea of what you think is this good doesn't outweigh this bad, or this bad outweighs this good, or you don't think that God would value this, or this doesn't make sense. That's perfectly fine. But at the end of the day, that's similar to saying, hey, I'm going to sit down and play a chess match with somebody across the table from me, but I'm going to fist stomp and demand, or foot stomp and demand, that chess be played like checkers. And the other person goes, no, dude, this is chess. You can't bring the rules of checkers and demand the rules of checkers. And you say, no, the rules of checkers are so intuitive. These are not my arbitrary preferences. I demand chess be played like checkers. And they're going, well, dude, you're playing the wrong game. I think that's exactly what's happening here.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
okay,
hold on. This is important. This is important information, everyone. Everyone needs to know this.
Oh, yeah.
This is super important information.
Oh, did we not already know that?
Well, just in case you didn't, now you do.
I thought we were all smart.
Not all of us. Anyways, go ahead, Modern.
Yeah, no, just to wrap it up. Yeah, I would say, I mean, it's not just enough to say, okay, there may be some value in confusion, because like prima facie, initially one would think that confusion is bad thing. So it brings, even if there are some good things there, it will in total will bring more bad than good. And if you think of like, well, I didn't bring this up, but there have been wars fought over stuff like that, like Catholic versus Protestant. There have been wars even fought over this, and why like Muslims are confused and they're so mistaken about what God wants, or Mormons, like why they want to serve God, but God doesn't, sorry. Yeah, God doesn't mind them being deceived. Okay, bye.
No. Right, you can wrap up. Finish what you're saying. I'm not going to cut you off.
Just that. I mean, like those people are like deceived in a way. They are like being deceived by. Why doesn't God like reveal Christianity in a way that makes these people not be deceived? Like I don't know. I just don't see it. That's it.
Well, right, I appreciate you, my brother.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for having me, John. Okay.
No problem, bro. God bless. Have yourself a great day, and we'll see y'all next time.
Yeah. Bye.
A lot of people have been asking who you are. He's a random black that we found that we're just trying to be charitable to and make sure that I bring him up on the live so people know I'm not racist.
Yeah, this is actually his first step in reparations.
Yeah,
So
I'm
he's
just
gonna become a good white man.
giving back to the community. That's all I'm doing. But no, in all seriousness, do you want to tell people who you are?
Yeah, yeah. Hey guys, Tim Howard, Worldview Mastery, 26 years old. Yeah, guys, just another person who's passionate about teaching you how to defend the faith, but specifically, I want to teach Christians how to actually think and learn how to think,
Because they don't know
and
how to
then
do that.
learn how to do apologetics from learning how to think. I will tell you guys right now, if you learn the fundamentals and the basics of thinking well, all the answers that you ever want, all the clarity, all the confidence you want to defend your faith just comes so easily and so naturally. So if you want to learn how to think well and then apply that to your apologetics, that's what I do at my channel. I also run an academy where I go live twice per week and I teach people personally how to do this, how to overcome objections, debate practice, etc., and so forth. So you can also find that. I'm on all platforms: TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, etc. I post 2 to 3 times a day on TikTok and Instagram. And so if you want to talk to me personally, have any questions, send me a DM on Instagram. I'm very active. With that being said, there you go. Let's get into it.
All right, guys, make sure you smash the like button, share the live, doing the things that you need to do so we can get out to the people that we need to talk to. So far, we've had a really great conversation, but we're curious. Are we going to get a silly goose today? Is that going to happen? We don't know. So somebody said that they're going to cook us. I don't know if they're the next one in the queue, but I'm guessing so. So let's see. Let's see if they can. I think this is the person. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? John Atkins.
Oh, hey, sorry. I didn't realize it was my turn up.
Yeah,
I'm
how old?
31.
31. All right, man. Are you the guy who said you're going to cook us?
I don't think so. I don't say things like cook.
Okay.
I'm not young enough. But
all right. Well, then that wasn't you then. Fair enough.
Yes, it was.
Huh? It was him? Abby's got the mic. She's about to call you out.
I may have said something like that. I just don't think I used the word cook. But
okay.
I just woke up, 20 minutes ago, so forgive me.
All right, man. Well, fair enough. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, before I even, get started, like I said, I just stumbled on this channel, scrolling on my phone and all that stuff. So I don't really even know what's going on. I wanted to ask, I'm not familiar with your channel. I'm not familiar with the other gentleman's channel. Is the sort of goal of this stream, or like is the goal of like this debate, I guess, is it a like purely like fact-seeking, like scientific
We're trying to settle
discussion, or is it
2,000
more of
years of
a
religious
philosophical
thinking,
discussion,
like
or is it more of a trying to find God and trying to dismiss evidence against it, or like what is the goal here? Because
did you just ask us if our goal is to dismiss evidence?
Well, potential evidence, not like actual evidence, but like if I made an argument and then you can defeat the argument, right? Then that is, that's a victory, and then you've achieved something.
So my goal is just to grift. So I'm just trying to make bank. All right, that's all.
Okay.
All us Christians do.
Respect on that.
I mean, we're all grifters at the end of the day, man. Like, you're a grifter, I'm a grifter. We're all grifters.
I wish I was making money from this. I guess, my first question would just be why, based on the stream, why is the structure such that the proof has to be made sort of against your claim? Shouldn't the claim itself be, required to have the evidence and the proof?
So I will tell you right now, I am I'm what's called a dialectical egalitarian, meaning I reject burdens of justification altogether. So all this whole game about you made a claim, I made a claim, it doesn't really matter. Either you have evidence or you don't. So whatever rules you're playing by.
Can you elaborate on that a bit? What do you mean by you reject all claims of burden of justification?
Yeah, I think burdens of justification is a legal court concept for the sake of efficiency and being able to accomplish the rules, accomplish the goals that courts have. But in a philosophical discussion, I do not think that there are such things as burdens of justification, like these self-evident truths that whoever makes a claim is the one that has to go out of their way to justify their claim. I don't think that's an actual self-evident truth. I don't think that truth is true in all circumstances. So I'm an
Okay,
egalitarian, meaning we both, right, have the potential to give evidence for what we believe.
Sure. Okay, so the bottom line is that this is actually a philosophical discussion. It's not really one that's meant to be concretely based in empirical reality, right?
You're a silly goose. All right, go
No,
ahead.
I'm dead ass. Like this, I'm not trying to like troll you or anything like that. Like
I don't think you
because
are
there's
trolling.
there's two different lines of reasoning. Because if you're approaching one thing from a, you know, every claim has to have evidence backing it up. That's a more empirical, you know, kind of line of reasoning versus a more philosophical.
So
you know,
I'm going to be
self-evidence and
like,
so on like that.
I mean this as respectfully as possible, man. I think you're using terms in ways that you think are how those terms are used, and those aren't how those terms are used. So I'll make it very, very simple.
No, everything I'm
Um,
saying is how I'm using them. I mean, do you feel that I'm saying something
I know
incorrectly?
you're using the terms and how you're saying them. I'm just saying that these are very sloppy uses of terms. So here's what I think.
Can you give me an
right?
example of something I'm saying that's wrong?
Well, hold on. I'm gonna say what I'm gonna
please,
say.
Correct me because I want to learn. Like I genuinely, if I'm fucking up, please correct me.
Well, that's what I'm doing. Right? Like you sound like a person I could just be a straight shooter with. So
Yeah, please do.
yeah. So earlier I mentioned to you like how it's either you have evidence for your beliefs or you don't. That shouldn't be some monumental, like groundbreaking, like, oh, we need to ask like 10 more follow-up questions. Like, it's very simple. Like, if I say the Eiffel Tower is in Paris, either I have evidence that it is or I don't. That's all this is right here. Either God exists or he doesn't, and we have reason to believe he exists or he doesn't.
Somebody said they feel bad for my girlfriend, to be honest. Well, I just
What
gotta
more do
address
we
this.
need to discuss?
Somebody said they feel bad for my girlfriend. You feel bad for my wife. Get it right. Get it right. All right, go ahead.
But like, you see what I'm saying? Whatever your name is, what do you want me to call you?
It's John.
You should call me John. Pretty sure it's the name I put in there.
He can't see.
I can't see anything.
Oh, yeah, no worries.
Literally, it's just me and John. And John. Okay, so John. I mean, that's basically it. Like, it's really no more than either you have evidence for a stance you take or you don't have evidence for a stance you take. And then we're just discussing whether or not the evidence that you say is against my stance actually pans out at the end of the day. That's all this is.
I got you. Well, yeah. So that more or less answers the question I had. So on the topic of cooking, the two of you or not, I suppose that's not necessarily going to happen since that's you know, I don't think I have the angle for that. But I guess for the evidence thing, I mean, for my personal experience through my life, et cetera, you know, I was baptized Catholic, I was raised in a Christian household, et cetera, et cetera. But at a certain point, you know, through my education and so on, I reached a tipping point of, you know, hey, everyone around me is saying all these things, and not just specifically about religion, you know, because it was kind of an awakening of everything. Like people around me, people that I trusted, adults that I trusted would tell me things just for me to later find out that they were full of shit, or that they were, you know, maybe saying it to accomplish a goal or because they wanted to manipulate me in some way. And eventually I got kind of frustrated and tired of it. So I sort of stopped, you know, believing in a lot of that stuff just at face value. And eventually that kind of leaked into spirituality. And it became, well, hey, if all these people can just say things to make me do what they want or because they want me to believe a certain thing, how is this any different? And from that kind of seed of doubt, I've sort of explored, you know, that avenue quite a bit, and I've never really come across anything that has solidified any individual faith as, oh yes, this is clearly 100%, you know, divine, coming from a place of supernatural power that is not just humans grifting or, you know, manipulating or spreading some kind of, you know, a story or fiction or whatever. I have not come across anything in my experience that has been, you know, 100% solidly, you know, evidential or empirical to establish that without any doubt.
I would agree with you. I've never come across anything ever that's 100% solidified in evidence. Nothing, but there's still many things that I believe.
Yeah, and that's totally fair, you know. And I've
Well, what I'm saying
when I
is
was-
like I think you misunderstand my rhetorical goal. Like, for example, do you believe in evolution?
I believe that there's a good amount of evidence for it.
Right, but it's not
And
100%,
that-
right?
Oh yeah, but and that's kind of
Yeah.
the goal of scientific theory and progress, is that nothing is locked in 100% as fact, because there's so many things where, hey, this was believed as fact 50 years ago, and then flip, we suddenly realize that, oh, that's actually not true, or that it's more nuanced than that, or so on. So while I sit here and say, yeah, I've seen a lot of stuff that says evolution is real, it's true, here's evidence, whatever, we don't have the ability as short-lived human beings,
Right. So
to
let me just ask you a
observe
question.
evolution happen. Right.
Let me ask you a question.
So the best we have is
kind of
evidence.
going on a little bit of a tangent. So let me just put a pin in that real quick. So let me ask you, what is considered enough evidence for a rational person to be believing God?
Well, in general, I think that for a rational person to believe anything is true would be to have some kind of reproducible evidence that can be, tested by independently by multiple people. So it's not just only I have evidence. Like, you can see the same evidence, you can reproduce it, you can show that it's there, and
Reproducible
on a public.
and testable?
What's that?
Reproducible and testable. So basically, the scientific method.
Yeah, I mean that's basically as far as it goes.
Can
since
you
we're
give me-
speaking about rationality.
Yeah. Can you give me the scientific method for the scientific method?
Oh, you mean like recursing on itself? I don't. I'm not really sure how to answer that question, because I don't know what kind of answer you're seeking or what that means. I'm sorry.
Well, because you're saying there's got to be scientific evidence for a rational person to believe it's true. That's your claim, right?
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, you believe in the scientific evidence. So you believe in the scientific method. So you believe that is true. So I'm asking you, what is the scientific method that proves the scientific method?
Well, I think that it's kind of like a begging the question thing, but it's sort of so hang on, let me take a step back, because my brain is running through different things. So in the same way that I say that I believe in, evolution or whatever, as an example, up and, to a point of I've seen evidence that shows it and it seems to be working well, and that's fine, but I'm not I wouldn't tattoo it on my skin or, stake my life on it. In that same vein, I believe that the scientific method, has value in it, and the way that it works.
Yeah. But the question, remember the
correctly.
original question I asked you. The original question I asked you is, what would be considered enough evidence for a rational person to believe God exists? Now you're kind of going into your own personal anecdote. I wouldn't put it on my skin. I wouldn't hold to it. I'm just talking about a rational person in general.
No, I know that wasn't meant to be a personal anecdote. What I was saying is that I'm trying to define what the belief is, because for me, when I say I'm believing in it, I'm not saying that I think 100% this is true and nothing will ever shake it. I think that having a belief like that for anything is fallacious and kind of ignorant, because
but I still feel like my
information-
question's not really being answered, because you said the scientific method is the method in which somebody would have to implement to believe something if they are rational. Yet I'm assuming you consider yourself a rational person. Yet you hold to the scientific method, even though there is no scientific method that proves the scientific method.
Right. But what I'm saying is that, because I think you're trying to say what proves that the scientific method works or does what it's supposed to be doing or whatever.
No,
And
that's not what
I think.
No.
Okay.
You have to
try
presuppose.
again?
Go ahead, Tim.
When you say works, that's not a truth claim. That's a accomplish a goals claim. Like, I have a goal, let's see if it gets to the goal. Okay, that's not a truth claim. You're making a truth claim. You're saying, hey, to believe that God exists means to affirm God is real, is true. You're saying it must be done in this way. And you're saying, here's the criterion for truth: reproducible, testable. John just puts it back on you. He goes, okay, so then if that is the criterion for truth, then how do you show that the scientific method is itself true? Given that you say that scientific method is itself the criterion for truth.
I feel like we're kind of reaching like a meta like level of philosophy.
No, it's
and that-
it's very simple. It's a very simple idea here. It's self-defeating, and so you shouldn't use it. That's the only correct answer here. You don't use self-defeating claims, right?
I don't
Like,
think that's
you can-
the correct answer. Because it's
Okay.
the
if
scientific
you don't-
method
if
is not the
you're saying
only.
you're saying we're reaching the speculative meta level discussion. Okay, sounds nice. It's really not that complicated, right? Like, you're saying that to believe something is true, it must be reproducible and testable, which is also identical to your view of evidence. But you can't even use that same criteria to prove that very statement. So you have something you believe is true, which can't even like actually abide by your criterion of truth.
Well, I mean, by definition, using the scientific method to test the evidence or whatever of things by itself is reproducible and
No, you
testable
said
because I can
evidence
use
is
it.
that which is reproducible and testable. That's not testing the evidence of things. You said evidence
you're-
is
you-
that which is
you-
reproducible and testable.
Right. And the evidence is the use of it working.
That's you're presupposing it though. So it's
Well, no,
circular.
it's
You're-
hypothesizing. It's not presupposing. If I'm saying,
yeah,
okay,
you're,
I want to see
you're
if the scientific
presupposing.
method works, it's not presupposing. It's a hypothesis. If I want to see, hey, what's the scientific method about? Is this real or is this
Mhm.
bullshit? Like whatever. Well, let's use it and see if it works. And you use it and it works, and you use it and it works, and you use it and it
yeah,
works.
yeah.
Okay,
So I
maybe there's
agree with
some-
you. The
maybe
scientific
merit to
method
this.
gets you truth, but your claim isn't that it gets you truth. Your claim is that
Yes, it
it
is.
is. Hold on. Your claim
No,
is
that
that
is my
it-
claim.
Hold on. Let me finish. Your claim.
You're
I
putting
have it
words in my
written. I
mouth.
have it written down. Your claim is that is truth. That is how you determine truth.
I don't think
Not
at any
that it
point that I
just
say
gets you
scientific
truth.
method is truth.
Okay, so originally you said for somebody rational to believe something, they have to come to a conclusion using the scientific method, right? Are you rational to believe in the scientific method?
Are you asking me the first question or the second question?
So your claim, right? A rational person can only believe something to be true if they use the scientific method. Are you rational if you believed in the scientific method?
I think that a rational person would believe that the scientific method, works for what it's meant to do.
Great. Did you use the scientific method to prove the scientific method?
I don't think necessarily that it was used. I think that obviously before it was formalized, other lines of reasoning and things were used to get
Right.
to a point where
I
it
agree
could
with
be
you.
formalized. So I
Yeah,
would
yeah.
say no, it doesn't prove itself. Other
Right. So
lines of
then-
reasoning
yeah,
got
so
to that
then-
point and it was formalized as
Great.
such.
So then the rational conclusion is there are other ways to conclude truths outside of the scientific method. Because you concluded that the scientific method works using logic, using a logical system, a hypothesis, putting it on the table and then testing it to see if it worked, right? So you came,
Yeah, but,
you
but
came
all
to
of
the
that logic
conclusion-
distills down
you
to
came
the
to the
scientific method, more or
conclusion.
less.
Hold on, you came to the conclusion that the scientific method is a good system using simple logic to get there.
Yeah.
And then you applied it and you came to other truths using the scientific method. So it's not the scientific method is not the only way to conclude truths, is there?
Well, no, I mean, there's basic logic,
Mm-hmm.
at a very fundamental level. I mean, there is, when you're talking about like in a very basic level, like philosophy 101, like yes is true type of thing, like the scientific method can't apply there because it's too like broken down logic.
Right.
Obviously, the building blocks
Right.
of logic that build up to the scientific method can't have the scientific method apply on it because it's too granular.
Awesome. So just that logical conclusion, then a rational person can conclude truths outside of the scientific method.
Yeah, sure.
Great. So what is the standard of evidence that a rational person would need to conclude that God is real?
I mean, I think that my answer is still the same, which is that because again, this is not a, one is yes is true, very granular truth. This is a statement of, does this concept or being or entity exist? That is the type of problem that using logic such as the scientific method is built for and solves. So
I have no idea what you said. Tim, did you understand that sentence?
okay,
Yeah.
let me try again.
No.
Saying whether or not something exists and can be tested and provable is one of the things that the scientific method does well. So this is a situation where it would apply.
Yeah,
So
but you
in
keep,
the same
you
vein,
keep using
the
words
question-
like it works or does it well, and that's never been our contention here. We're not talking about pragmatism. We're not talking about the practicality or the functionality. We're just talking about reason. He's saying, like, what a rational person, like, what's the criterion for a rational person to conclude that God exists? And you said that it can include, but is not limited to, the scientific method. So if it can include, sure, but it's not limited to. So what that means is it's not necessary we use the scientific method to get to God, which would mean then it's not required for a rational if it's not necessary, it's not required. That's where we're at right now by your very own admission. So if it's not necessary, meaning it's not required.
I don't think I actually
What
said
is
anything like that, and you're twisting my
necessary
words
and
at this point, which I don't really appreciate. But
He's not twisting your words.
yes, he is, because I didn't see, like, you're taking slight, like, phrases and clauses of pieces of things that I'm saying, and you're kind of applying it in a sort of abstract way. Yes, I said that there are logical, tools outside of the scientific method. And I said that the scientific method can be used by a rational person to, find belief in God. Those are statements that I'm making. Those are not blanket statements or generalizations.
Right. So let me just ask you a quick question.
No, I'm going to clarify what my actual stance is, since I'm, being misunderstood, I suppose. The existence or non-existence of an entity is the type of thing that the scientific method is for. So
okay, great. Let me ask you a question based off that. Prove to me, using the scientific method, redness.
Sorry, I didn't hear the last word you said. Prove it what?
Prove to me, using the scientific method, redness.
What is that?
Redness. The way when you observe red, you see the color red.
That's just like a concept, though. I'm sure what you're actually asking to prove.
Does the color red exist?
I mean, yeah, of course it does.
Is it rational to believe the color red exists?
Yeah, you can visibly see it. You can show that it's there physically in the real world.
Great. Give me the scientific method that proves redness.
Okay, redness is not the same thing as does the color red exist. When you're saying prove redness is just like, that's the same, prove cold. That's not like that is not a thing that you can. That is not like an empirical thing that you're just using an adjective. Like I said, prove ugly. What does that mean? That doesn't mean anything, dude.
Redness is a universal, right? We observe red. There is a color red, right? If I
Yeah,
look
but
at
people
red,
who are
I say it's
colorblind,
red.
they see a
Tim
different
looks at
shade.
red,
They see a
red.
different color.
There's still the universal of redness, right? Still there.
Yeah, there's
some people may observe it differently. That's perfectly fine. But it's still a real thing that actually exists.
We call red.
Still a real thing that actually exists. Give me the scientific method that proves redness.
I mean, I'm personally not qualified to do that, without looking it up, because I'm not a scientist. But it's, the red shade or the color red is based on a specific frequency or wavelength of light.
I agree with that. We can prove that frequency. Sure, we can use scientific method to prove the frequency, but we still can't prove redness.
Well, yeah, because you keep saying redness as if it's like a thing. That is not a thing. It's an adjective.
So when I see the color red, I'm not seeing red. What am I seeing?
You are seeing what we call red, which
what am I
is
seeing,
the specific wavelength of light.
And so the color redness is a real thing.
Redness is not an object. It is a description of that specific wavelength.
Okay,
of light.
so then does redness exist or not exist?
Redness is a term to describe that.
It's a true dichotomy, right? Either it exists or it doesn't, right? It's just the law of non-contradiction. Which one is it? Does it exist or does it not exist?
That doesn't apply here. That's fallacious.
It's not. What's the fallacy I've put on the table?
The false dichotomy.
Give me.
It's not. This is you're describing a concept.
The law of non-contradiction. The law of non-contradiction, right? Something both can exist and not exist at the same time. So either redness exists or it does not exist. How is that a false dichotomy?
Because it is not, and it is not okay. You're describing a label or a description or and saying does this exist or not. What we describe it with, or what we use to describe it exists. The label itself does not exist in the real empirical world. Like you can't point to a thing and be like, this is redness out in the world. Like that doesn't make any sense.
So this is not going to help. This object, this can right here. Would you say that this is an example of matter?
I would say that the can is an object in the real world, and it's, as far as I know, it's probably made up of matter. Okay. And energy and other shit.
Okay, so you observe the can. How do you know it's matter?
Because every time I've ever interacted with a can, seen a can, observed people interacting with cans, seeing cans, they seem to always be made of, aluminum, steel, whatever, and that's it is clearly made of something.
But how do you know those are not meant? How do you know those are not mental constructs? That the can we're seeing, you're calling it matter, but how do you know that we're not existing in a mental kind of simulation where that's not matter? It looks identical. If we were in a mental simulation or we weren't.
Okay, well, now we're just getting philosophical, and that's not really like.
No, because listen to what I'm saying.
I'm listening to what you're saying, but the second you start going for like, well, maybe it's a simulation and stuff's not real, then it's bullshit, dude. Just drop it.
Okay, hold on. No, just gonna pause. Just gonna pause both of you guys. Gonna pause both of you guys.
I don't want to hear it.
Well, I'm gonna pause you. I'm gonna pause you. Right. This is your problem. Is like I don't want to go philosophical. Right. So hold on. Do you have an issue with the philosophy of science?
No, it's not that I have a problem with philosophy, but that's not the conversation I'm here to have.
So you don't want to talk about like knowledge and how we come to. You just want to deny this whole world of truths and evidence.
No. Now you're just being ridiculous.
You said I don't want to do philosophy. What are you talking about?
No, I said I'm not here to have a philosophical conversation. I'm here to have.
What are you here for?
You've been having one the entire time. You just don't like the fact when it goes outside your wheelhouse, right? Because I'm asking you a question. You said that we label redness. And I'm asking you
let's pause here because you're both now just trying to like undermine me because you're uncomfortable with what I'm saying.
Bro, you're scared and you're running from a simple conversation.
I'm not running from anything.
You, my friend, are a silly goose. You're a silly goose.
If I was running, I would hang up. Like, I'm trying to set the bounds of a conversation and not run out of it because then
you're
it's like, what's the point of setting a premise in the first place?
We don't really care what boundaries you set for the conversation. I want to point out here that you said earlier that John, when it comes to redness, that's merely a label. I asked you the same kind of question. I said, how do you know what matter is beyond mere observation? Matter is a conclusion.
Yeah, it is.
Like matter is
what we call the stuff that makes up, physical objects in our world.
So is matter an actual thing or is it just a label?
In the way you're describing it, the concept of matter is
no. It's simply yes or no question. Is matter a label?
That is what you are asking. The matter as a concept, as a label, is made up. It is a concept in our minds. We use that to decipher the world that we perceive, and things that are physical that we can interact with. Generally, we say that that's made of matter because that is how we, as a society, have chosen to interpret it.
So you don't need to go into that. I'm just asking, like, does matter actually exist as a thing? Is there an object made of matter? The
stuff that we call matter exists.
No. Is matter, is stuff made of matter, or do we just say that it is?
We say that it is because that's the label that we have chosen as the English language to call it matter.
Thing in and of itself made of matter.
It is. Everything is made of a substance that we refer to as matter. Period.
Okay, so it's just merely a label. So you don't believe matter actually exists. You just think it's a label construct.
At this point, nothing exists because it's just a language that we're using to describe it. The language.
So wait, what am I seeing when I see this can in front of me? What is this? A hallucination?
You see a thing in front of you that you learn the language, and the language that language has you've learned to describe this thing as a can made of matter. But all of those words that I'm saying is just
though. What am I describing?
You're describing a thing that it's an experience.
Okay, so I'm describing an experience. So matter doesn't actually exist. It's just something I call in my head.
I mean, to you, it exists because it's in front of you, right?
No, I'm asking you, bro.
That is the answer.
What is that philosophical viewpoint that like the only thing you can know is that you exist? What is that called again, Tim?
solipsism.
Yeah, this is straight up solipsism. You're just
Yeah,
you're just
exactly. That's
reducing
why I
to
was saying, like,
solipsism.
eventually, if we're going to fall back to that, then it's like the conversation is kind of silly.
Well, that's where you're
Well,
going.
no, there are hold on, dude. People that know how to do philosophy know how to escape solipsism. You don't know how to escape solipsism based on
Yeah,
the
because
questions.
I'm not a philosophy major. I'm a random dude on the internet.
So it means you have more work to do, bro. If you can't even escape
Of course I
solipsism,
do.
you got
I
more
always have
homework
more work to do. I always have more work to do.
this
I'm
is not
learning
some,
every
like,
day.
crazy thing.
I'm not
that's gonna
sitting in
take
a
you 12 years
foxhole
to
of God
figure
is
out.
real, prove me wrong, and like with nothing to back it up. Like we've sat here for I don't know how long, and all we've been doing is jerking off about philosophy. I haven't at any point heard a single argument in favor of God existing from either of you.
Well,
You're just
because
fucking
you don't even have the
vomiting
philosophical
garbage.
Because
prerequisites
you don't have a
to even
criteria
engage
of how you determine things to be true. So how
You
can
don't
we
even
give
have
you
the
an
prerequisites,
argument?
bro.
I gave you a criteria, and
The
you
scientific
just,
method, but yet you don't
Yeah,
hold to it. So you're a
it's
hypocrite.
Sure I do.
Then give
See,
me the
again, you're being
scientific
you're being
evidence for the
reluctant and
scientific
fallacious.
method. Give me the scientific method for the scientific method, or you're a hypocrite. It's one of the
Yeah,
two.
see, that is an absolute ridiculous statement. Like that,
Okay, prove
again,
it wrong. Prove the
that's
statement
fallacious.
is wrong.
Giving you a
Go
chance.
ahead.
Here's your opportunity, dude. Here's your opportunity.
It
Prove
is not the job
Prove
of the
scientific method with
denier
scientific
to
method.
prove a
Do it.
statement wrong. It is the burden of
So
proof.
you're
is on
just
you to
right.
make the
You're just
full
right
claim.
until someone proves you wrong. That's your argument.
No, that's your argument.
You're
Literally-
saying the
that's
scientific.
literally this
You're
whole channel.
saying.
It's God is real.
You're
prove me
saying.
wrong.
You're saying the
This is my
scientific
claim.
method.
I'm
Hold
right
on,
until you
Linda.
prove me
Linda.
wrong. You're literally- you are the-
Linda. Don't
you are
crash.
doing
Don't
the
crash
opposite
out.
of
It's
what
a
you
bad
say.
look when you crash out. It's a bad look when you crash out.
No, I'm not crashing out. My
So
voice is raised a bit.
you
but, like,
said
what I'm
you
saying
said the
is rational.
scientific
You are-
method.
you are
You said the
genuinely
science. You're still
doing
crashing out.
exactly
It's
what you
still a
just
bad
said
look.
that I'm
Still a
doing.
bad look,
You're
Linda. Still a
You're
bad
just
look.
projecting, dude.
Still a bad look. So you said the scientific
What's the bad-
method.
what's the bad look?
Scientific method is the only way
pause.
to
What's the
conclude
bad look?
truth. You said the scientific method is
I
the
didn't
only
say
way to
that.
conclude truth. Okay,
I
then
never
what is
said
another
those
way to
words.
conclude truth?
See, this is a problem that you guys are.
What is
seeming
another
be
way to
doing.
conclude truth?
It seems like you write down a quote and then
John
you
Atkins.
say the quote.
John Atkins.
Hey.
What is another way to conclude
Hey.
truth?
I'm talking.
John Atkins. What's another way to conclude
talking.
truth? John Atkins.
Look,
What's another way to
okay.
conclude truth?
So what you seem to be doing is it seems like you're writing
John
down.
Atkins,
A statement
what's
and then
another way to
asking me a
conclude
question.
truth?
Dude, shut up! I'm talking.
John Atkins. What's another way to conclude truth?
He has been voted off.
You've been voted off the island, my friend. God bless you. Have
Literally,
yourself a
let me
great day.
finish my sentence, dude. Come on.
No. Now you're gone. You vanished. You could have just answered the question, but you wanted to get into the meta on whether or not I was arguing in good faith. Just answer the question. It's a simple question.
Also, that was 100% him in the comments. So
It was. Yeah,
He
you
was
were talking
Well,
trash in the
what's really
comments.
cool is we have someone who doesn't believe in God and doesn't believe matter is an actual thing and believes everything's experience. So, hey, that's a first. That's crazy.
Yeah, see, it was him talking trash. That's 100% the guy. Literally a couple of the biggest pseudo-intellectual idiots I've ever wasted 20 minutes with. LMAO. Cope hard, my friend. Enjoy the comment section. All right. Let's bring up another guest. Guys, make sure you smash the like button, sharing the live, doing the things that you need to do so we can get out to the people that we need to talk to. Also, make sure you're following Doc's ass. No, World View Mastery. World Mastery View. Pick a name. Pick a name, bro. Freaking Prince over here. All right, let's bring up a next guest. This is my favorite thing to do. Hold on. Let's see if this person connects. Oh, no, they didn't connect. Okay, let's bring up somebody over here. Bro, I'm like really warm, but I'm shivering. I don't know if I'm getting sick or something. Fazal? Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello, I am Afzal. Yeah, I am around 25. Yeah.
All right, God is
speaking
real.
from India.
All right,
sorry if I'm not articulate.
All right, God is real. Prove us wrong.
Yeah. So let me just give a brief background where I'm coming from. So I think there are good arguments for God, but and I would like Christianity to be
Bro.
Christianity to be true.
Hold on, pause real quick. You're doing the thing where you talk, and then all of a sudden you just like do a loud blow into the microphone, and it's like really sharp. So just
Hello,
be
is it
mindful
better?
of that if you don't mind. Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. I think there are good arguments for God, but I would like Christianity to be true. So just want to know whether you are defending Christian theism or generic theism.
Well, we're just kind of defending the idea of God right now, but we are both Christians.
Okay. So I would say I'm an agnostic. I'm still open to arguments for the existence of God, and also how the argument against the existence of God can be answered properly. So my primary two reasons would be, you guys would know about it. One is the argument from evil and problem of evil, and second would be problem of hiddenness.
Bro,
And
this is
since
Tim's wheelhouse.
so just getting to the meat, not distracting by this, so argument from evil would be, I like to use abductive case because I believe that the abductive arguments for God are the strongest.
You said
So abductive
abductive.
argument against God would, abductive,
Okay.
abductive arguments against God would be also the strongest in my opinion. So given the facts about a lot of unnecessary natural suffering and a lot of unnecessary moral evils and lot of non-resistance, non-believers throughout our universe decreases the chance of a kind of a maximally great being. That would be a basic outline of my argument.
Let's start one by
Before
one.
you go, Tim, can I just point out that you look like you got mom spaghetti on your sweater right now? Just that the way you hood up and that it's the face look going on. You look like you're about to drop some hot bars.
This is great. Yeah, Mike
ahead.
Jones said I look like a gang member, so that's better than that.
Yeah, but he's just racist.
Yeah, he is. He's
Yeah.
facts. This just in, guys. Mike Jones is actually racist.
Yeah, we all know. This. All right, I'm gonna be right back. You go ahead.
Alrighty, my man. So let's start with the
Can I
first
say
one.
one
You
more
said,
thing? Is okay.
what did you say?
Can I say one more thing, if that is okay?
Sure.
With respect to the argument. So I feel like the responses to the problem of evil generally make the hypothesis much more complicated. So I would like to also see not making any ad hoc addition to the hypothesis of God, like just being maximal great being is very simple hypothesis in my opinion, but adding stuff like God would want a particular kind of universe and stuff like that, it makes a hypothesis a bit more complicated, reducing the probability, right? So I know you work on this, so I have watched your video, so I would like to know your answer.
Let's do some one-on-one. I don't think you're using these concepts correctly. So everyone likes to use the word ad hoc. No one really knows what it means. Okay, all ad hoc means is that you have a hypothesis, right? And the explanation you're using to support that hypothesis doesn't follow from your hypothesis. That's all ad hoc means. Now, even if that explanation has a lot of components to it, as long as it follows from our hypothesis, it's not ad hoc, right? So it doesn't matter if it has a lot of components. It's only ad hoc if it doesn't follow from our hypothesis, right? Like that's all ad hoc. Ad hocness is just a measure of how much your explanation, right, does not follow from the original hypothesis. So do you have to write it in by hand? Or is there information that you can already get from your hypothesis that would make your explanation not surprising? That's all we need to talk about here. So that's the first part. It's not, and we've like theists have been able to do this every single time. So now getting to your actual arguments. First, the problem with unnecessary suffering. I don't know what the problem is, right? So everyone always brings up like unnecessary suffering, right? I get people have this idea. They think it's a self-evident truth that if suffering is unnecessary, then God shouldn't allow it. Well, first, tell me real fast, what even is unnecessary suffering? Like, can you don't give me an example. Give me a definition. What is the definition of unnecessary suffering?
Okay, I'll try. Definition would be a bit difficult.
I'm sorry, John. When you do it, you look like you're on the. You look like you don't have a home.
I had a lot of practice with that.
Oh my god, dude, that's man. Man, this is the look, man. This should have been the Jubilee look.
Next one.
This should have been the Jubilee look. Okay, sorry, man. Go ahead. So define
yeah.
unnecessary suffering for me.
Yeah. Okay. Unnecessary suffering would be the amount of suffering. Okay, let me try without assuming the argument itself.
Yeah,
Okay.
all I'm looking for is suffering is unnecessary just in case that fill in the blank.
Okay. Suffering is necessary if it is not required for soul building. Yeah, that I mean, if it is not necessary for soul building, I think that you can go with for now for working
Okay,
definition.
So there's two problems with that, right? Required. I still don't know what that means. You went from you define necessary in terms of required for something. What does it mean? What does it mean for some instance of suffering to be required for soul building?
Okay, so so generally the example, I mean, I would like to get to the definition by giving understanding. If my example is, if you agree with the example, then we can go to the definition. So example of unnecessary suffering. So generally soul building theodicies will give an example of like courage would not be possible if there is no fear, and you will not be able to grow in courage and stuff like that, right? So and stuff like, okay, a child infant is having, so okay, let me just try. Okay, I think I can give an example, give a definition. So disease, I mean, disease would be an example of natural evil. So disease probably gives some kind of soul building for patience, love, and stuff like that, right? So this so if a suffering is necessary for building the specific set of soul building features, right, that would make it necessary. So like this is a necessary condition for building those soul building features. And if
Okay,
if
wait.
that
That doesn't
suffering,
I'm still confused, right? You said, did you say that suffering is necessary if it's necessary for soul building features?
yeah, so in the sense that soul building feature would be
real fast,
patience.
because
Yeah.
I don't want to take all day with this.
Yeah.
I would say right now that you don't really have a solid definition. So here, let me help you out here. The way that people usually say that something is necessary is it couldn't have occurred otherwise. So if God can achieve someone building their soul in a different way, then that suffering isn't necessary. That's usually the argument. So for example, if God can have me show great characteristics, like I have a praiseworthy character, right? But I don't need to, let's say, lose both my legs. The argument is then God should avoid the scenario where I lose both my legs. Like that's usually the argument here. My question to you is, why is God not justified in allowing me to lose both my legs, even though there's not a one-to-one correspondence between me losing my legs and me being like a courageous person? Like why is God not justified in allowing that just because it's not necessary?
So in this example, maybe you can give an explanation for. I would like to give another example that is like.
Wait.
Appears to be.
I want you to answer my question though. Okay. Why does there need to be this one-to-one correspondence between I go through some suffering, and that suffering is the only way I grow as a person? Why can't God allow suffering where there isn't that one-to-one correspondence? Why is that bad? Why do you think that is some kind of evidence against the existence of God?
Yeah. So if a suffering, if God, if a person knew beforehand, that would apply to God also, any person, beforehand that this suffering will not is unnecessary for building some soul building characteristics, would be unjustified. So the reason evidence would be given from the from an example that, like for example, a parent takes a child to a dentist, right? So
Okay, wait,
in a normal example,
hold on.
Yeah.
I like the fact that you use examples, but you just made a claim. You said that it then would be justified, and you're going to try to give me an example of something being unjustified, but
Yeah.
we're not there yet. Can you explain to me why that's unjustified? Like, no examples,
Okay.
just like, why is that unjustified?
He's asking for a method rather than an example,
Okay.
like a
method.
criteria to determine.
Yeah, I thought the criteria
Because examples already
if-
presuppose what you think, but I'm trying
Yeah,
to
yeah.
understand why you think the way that you think.
So I would say, I mean, it is my bedrock. I mean, I don't think I will be able to go
That's fine.
below this.
So we can start there. So what I would say is I disagree, right?
Okay.
I don't think that God is unjustified if there's unnecessary suffering, because suffering can still be worthwhile to the creatures who suffer, even though it's not necessary, right? Like, there are so
Yeah.
many, like, do you understand how humans make meaning?
Yeah.
Okay, let me explain it to you, right? So I can't predict like how you would receive like some like generous act of mine. Like let's say I give you a gift that I think that you would like. Now let's say I go, oh man, if I give you this gift, you're gonna cherish this forever. You're gonna put it on your mantle. You're gonna tell all your kids and family forever I gave you this gift. I actually can't determine that for you, because it's up for you to, through your own perspective, receive the gift in the way that I gave it to you. Meaning, for you to have sentimental value, it's up to you, dude, whether or not you have that level of sentimental value. Not even God can determine the level of sentimental value you have, because that's up to you to conclude. And so what I'm saying is that the way in which humans form meaning is that we go through experiences, and it's up to us to decide whether or not those experiences are valuable to us. That's how humans grow. Now, there's many instances of suffering that's not necessary, and yet humans made the best of those experiences, and they would report that their lives are actually better because of them, even though the suffering isn't necessary. Like, for example, I talked about the legs example. There's a woman who became a motivational speaker because she was got into a car accident, and they forcefully ripped her out of the car, not knowing that's not what you're supposed to do. But because they ripped her out of the car to save her, she became paralyzed for the rest of her life from the neck down.
Oh, who's that? Who's
She
that
became
pastor that has no arms, no legs? What's his name?
Yeah, his name is Nick. I forget his name, but yeah.
No one can ever say his last name. But yeah, anyways, go ahead. Yeah.
But here's my point, which is there are other ways she could have become a motivational speaker. No one would agree that the only way to become a motivational speaker is to be paralyzed from the neck down. But her story is that much more inspiring. She truly, in her own mind, sees her life that much more worth living because of it.
Well, that's
But
even
only
in,
she can decide it.
Can I add to that, Tim? That's even in the
Yeah.
that's even in the Gospel of John, where he heals the man who is blind. They say to him, he's like, who sinned? Jesus? Was it his parents or was it him? And he says, no one sinned. This man was made blind so my glory could shine through him, so you could see God's works done through him. And then he heals him. And then when he goes forth and he testifies, he gives testimony and he testifies about Jesus's good works done through him. So it literally says that God made him blind just because God wanted to testify about his glory.
Okay.
Yeah, so caller, do you see what I'm saying here? Which is, even if suffering is unnecessary, it doesn't mean that you can't actually, based on those sufferings, build a life that you deem worth living through it, whether it's necessary or not, right? You actually can choose if you want to be courageous or brave or giving or generous through your own sufferings. God can't determine that because that's through your own free choice. So there's a guy named, his name is Viktor Frankl. He wrote the book Man's Search for Meaning. He was in the concentration camps, lost his whole family in the concentration camps, and he wrote this book 9 days after he got out. And then he started a whole field of therapy called logotherapy because of it. And he said that the difference between people who lost their lives versus found their lives in the concentration camps were people who decided to make positive meaning of their circumstances when they felt like there wasn't any. He said he saw people find God and he saw people fall away from God. And he said this is the famous quote: "There is a window between stimulus, what happens to you, and response, how you respond, what happens to you." And he says it's a window of opportunity. He said, and these are the last of the freedoms to be taken away from a human. That is the freedom to form any attitude you desire toward your circumstances. So you know what attitude he decided to form? He used his knowledge of therapy to attend to the victims struggling during the concentration camps, and that's what got him through it. Now, we would say, oh my gosh, that's a lot of suffering. Look at that. Well, wait a minute. He'd started a whole field of therapy because of what he went through. He made it very clear how to form meaning in our lives through that process. We wouldn't get Viktor Frankl if what he went through didn't happen. Now, I'm not saying that those discoveries, right, couldn't have happened a different way. I don't have that knowledge. I'm not omniscient. But it doesn't matter because look at what they did anyway. And what I'm saying is just because it's not necessary doesn't mean good, immense good that actually defeats the bad that brought about that good cannot still occur. And here's the thing, if all suffering was necessary, there would be no point in any of us trying to prevent suffering. Right? So a lot of suffering needs to be unnecessary so we actually have a chance to be moral. We actually have an opportunity to participate in this moral arena to make the world better by making bad things good things.
Dang, that was
so if all suffering was necessary, there'd be no point to make bad things good things.
I see why you wear your hood up.
Yeah, good one. Yeah, that's a very plausible explanation. But I would like to say that this appears to explain a lot of suffering. But would you say that it explains the suffering of agents who don't have the choice to choose their responses after the stimulus? For example, children's. For example, I don't know, some animals, comatose patients, stuff like that.
Can we just sit on that for a second? Because that was a bar, man. That hit me deep. I just want to sit on that for a second. That was crazy, man. I know it's so simple, but I never thought about it like that. Damn. W's in the chat for Tim. W's in the chat for Tim, everyone. That was a bar. All right, keep going, guys.
Love it. Yeah, I mean, so here's the beautiful thing, right? Because we know what God's character is, because God is good, right? Okay, well, that means then there'll be no dead ends in God's universe. Okay, so if there are children that are not provided on their earthly lives with the opportunity to recover from what they went through, well, God has all power and he's all good. So wait a minute. Wouldn't we expect God to give them an opportunity? Wouldn't we expect God to give animals, let's say, an opportunity? Now, people ask me, well, wait a minute, well, how? Well, we often, for whatever reason, forget that an afterlife exists in the theistic worldview. We think like an afterlife is some weird, crazy idea that we just kind of like throw in on the side there. But an afterlife is no more surprising on a theistic worldview than no afterlife is on a naturalistic worldview. If I said to you, hey, naturalism plus no afterlife, that's a really weird hypothesis. You'd be like, huh? Like, okay. No, that's not. But then the moment I say, oh, well, there's an afterlife on a theistic worldview, everyone's like, well, wait a minute, you can't say that there's an afterlife. Well, wait a minute, why not? Right? God's all powerful, God's all loving, right? Wouldn't he want his creatures to live long lives, not just restricted to their earthly lives? Isn't that a good thing? Like, agape love is to will the good of another for their own sake. How can God will the good of other people when they don't exist? So here's the thing. Animals, right? All animals need to be able to soul build is just a higher form of cognition. You don't think that God has the resources to like allow that to happen, like to create, like to elevate animals to a higher form of cognition? Like it would be like saying this. It would be like observing a baby developing in the womb and saying, "Oh, well, look at this child in this stage of development. They can't reason about calculus yet, so they're never going to." It's like, well, you're observing one stage of development. If you just let the process play out, they'll eventually get to that point. And on the theistic worldview, like, why is it so strange to believe that the same thing goes for animals, right? That animals are in one particular stage of development on their earthly lives. Why can't in the afterlife God elevate them to another higher stage where they end up having the cognitive faculties to be able to build their souls even further? In the Christian worldview, that's what happens to us. God resurrects us and gives us brand new bodies. We'll be able to do things like Jesus did, like walk through walls. That's what it says. Oh, but not for the animals, though. That's crazy.
Yeah.
But God's all powerful.
That's a good response. I would like to make two objections to it. I mean, that's a very good response. But I would just say that first, does the theism entails? I mean, what you said, like cognitive development of cognitive faculties of animal to.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying from the very character of God, we can then ask ourselves this question: what would be fitting for someone with the character of God given these circumstances? It's no different than saying, if you knew that your friend was vegan, right? And you brought him over to your house and you said, "Hey man, I know you're hungry. Go through the fridge and you can find food to eat." But let's say that you put a big ribeye steak in the fridge in there. It'd be no different than saying, my vegan friend probably wouldn't choose the steak given that circumstance. That same line of reasoning is the same exact line of reasoning I'm using with God when it comes to animals. I'm saying, well, what's fitting for the character of God in this particular scenario? No person would say, "Oh, well, we can't possibly say the vegan wouldn't eat the steak," because no, you can, right? You can say that it's reasonable to believe the vegan wouldn't eat the steak given their character. So in the same way, it's reasonable to believe that God would give animals an opportunity to build their souls beyond their earthly lives given God's character, right?
Bro, have you ever considered preaching? Damn.
Yeah, that's a good sermon. So my problem with this response is that we can only update on the evidence that we observe. We cannot update on the evidence that we cannot observe.
No, this is called extrapolation. This is called extrapolation. It's the same thing that scientists do when it comes to the heat death of the universe. Scientists extrapolate from the laws of thermodynamics, and they say if the universe runs for this amount of time into the future, we're gonna end up in a heat death scenario. No, we've never observed it. We don't even have that evidence. But they say, well, from the laws of nature, from the laws of physics, this is what we'll expect down the line. I'm doing nothing. I'm doing something no different than that. I'm saying I can extrapolate from God's character.
I'm not saying it's unjustified completely. I'm saying that, in my opinion, we can only update on what we can observe, and what we observe.
We are updating on what we observe. We observe.
I would like to finish. We can update only on what we observe, and what we observe is that like 99% of like life that evolved had to go through a lot of suffering, and they did not have any significant appears to not have any significant choice to what do we say to choose a meaningful life or something like that. I mean, vast majority.
I'm saying they choose I'm saying that the opportunity to choose their meaningful life happens later.
Yeah, but it's like the explanation. I would say let me put it another way. So if there is some evidence to show there is an afterlife, I think that would be
you got a self-refuting argument there, because you're using this as an evidence against the afterlife, right? Do you understand how it's like a self-refuting, or not a self-refuting? What's it like when you have an argument that cannot be refuted just because of how it's structured? I forget what the word is specifically.
Self-undermining.
No, I don't remember. But anyways, you have an argument where basically you're saying the problem evil proves that there's no afterlife.
Oh, are you talking about like it's unfalsifiable? Is that what you're
unfalsifiable? Saying? Yeah. You're saying the problem evil proves that there's no afterlife, and then when Tim gives an explanation, like a logical explanation, well, you're saying, well, if we had proof of the afterlife, that would give you reason to solve that problem. But the problem is, your claim disproves the afterlife, and you need proof of the afterlife to disprove your claim. Does that make sense?
No. I would say that this does not disprove afterlife, because there can be some other kind of afterlife without God. I mean, I'm not assuming.
What I'm telling you right now is that this is why we would expect an afterlife. That for God to be consistent with his loving character, he needs to provide a plane of existence beyond this particular plane of existence. I'm saying it's the only way for God to be consistent. It's no different than me saying we would expect God to be God. I'm saying something no different than that. If you say, it's unreasonable to believe that God would be God, no one would take you seriously. But that's actually what you're doing here right now, is you're saying, I'm telling you how God would be consistent with his character by bringing about an afterlife for all creatures, and you're putting that into doubt. You can't doubt the afterlife, because the afterlife is a byproduct of God's character. So what you have to do is you have to attack the character of God. So if you're going to have a problem with this argument, you're going to have to say that God isn't good in that way.
No, actually, I am looking at it in a different way. So I am thinking me and you are...
Well, it doesn't matter if you're looking at it in a different way. You have to look at it in the right way.
Yeah. So based on what I see, it's like your approach is that there is afterlife, and vast majority of animal will be made some kind of saints, or will be a kind of soul building happening in afterlife. I am saying that there does not appear to be... I mean, I don't know anything about afterlife. Given what I observe, there seems to be...
How can there not appear to be... Wait, hold on. Of course there doesn't appear to be an afterlife, because we don't observe it. But what I'm saying is, it is rational.
I don't know if there is afterlife. Given what I observe, it seems that there is no soul building happening in the animal history.
Your argument is kind of weird, because you're saying you need to see the soul building now for it to be true, and if you don't see it, then it disproves God, right? You're removing a whole area and a whole criteria that debunks your argument, because it's just like, why? For what reason?
No, I'm not saying it disproves God. I'm saying the reason given to explain the evil would be undercut. Like, I mean...
No. Okay, so let me put it this way for you. All that's required for soul building is that you have memories of your sufferings. So any animal that doesn't have memory doesn't count. So here's what happens. These animals who have memories that they suffered, okay, they're brought into the afterlife after they pass, and then God gives them higher order faculties such that they can access those memories and then make meaning out of those memories, just in the same way we would. Have you ever been to therapy before?
No.
Okay, so in therapy, what they do is they help you think about your past, and then they have you create a story about your past that helps you, so that you're no longer stuck with your traumas. That's exactly what God would be doing. he would just have these animals access their memories and do the exact same thing that we know how to overcome trauma with in basic trauma research that happens in therapy. God is the omni-therapist. God is the omni-counselor. God is healer. God is the great physician. You see what I'm saying?
With that being said,
Yeah.
for both of you guys, this is about, you guys have been talking for about 30 minutes now. So I'm going to let you both wrap it up. I got to jump on to the next guest, so it's fair to
I'm
everybody.
good. I'm done.
If
Okay.
Afzal, if you have
If that
anything
is
else.
okay, can you briefly give a explanation about hiddenness? I mean, divine hiddenness. If that will take a lot of time, I can go. It's fine.
I'm going to say no, because that's going to open a whole new can. That's a new argument. It's not finishing off the argument we were at. And I want to be fair to other guests that are waiting.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for talking. Yeah.
No problem,
Thanks for
man.
being
God
away.
bless. Have a great day.
Yeah.
Bro, some bars, straight bars. You had me feeling like I was in the pew going, yeah, preach, let's go. Like bars. That was dope.
You're getting lit.
I was getting lit. All right, guys. God is real. Prove us wrong. Win a taco. Smash the like button. Share the live. I hate to do this, although good timing on saying this. First time here. I've been listening for the past half hour. Why don't you have more watching? I've been subbed and look forward to the future content. Thank you. Ouch. What, like, compliment and insult at the same time. Why don't you have more viewers? We got almost 500 people watching total.
Are you live on TikTok?
I am live on TikTok only. Only on TikTok. But if I was also live other places, the combination of all of it would be over 500.
Yeah.
Tim missed his true calling as an attorney. Based. Now,
Boom.
I hate to do this. I really, really do. But Grift has been really low this live, and we got bills to pay. So we're going to have to hold off on the guests until we get a few super chats in.
Wow.
I don't like it. Feels gross. But we
need
got
like a
bills to
grifter
pay,
theme
man.
song.
We got bills to pay. I got to grift a little bit. Right? We gotta up it just a touch, right? Because again, I got bills to pay over here. We've got to keep these lives going. Listen, it wasn't cheap buying him.
John.
I'm top notch. I'm top shelf. I'll tell you right now. They're laughing because it hurts.
Quit begging for money. Ask God to help you out with your bills. I do all the time. And then he uses people like you to give me the money. Well, maybe not like you. Like you're not one of God's children. So, Oof. John is the worst grifter. Wait, what am I doing? I don't know how to do it. I feel gross and dirty doing it, but we got to grift. We got to get at least a 50,
the atheist
50 in
content
here.
creators are really good at grifting, so maybe they should kind of give us a class on this.
And nobody ever gets mad at atheists for grifting. Nobody ever gets mad at atheists for grift. It's only when Christians grift that's a problem. Apparently, it's only when Christians want to pay their bills. That's a problem. It's
because of power imbalance. You know, it's that whole
imbalance.
thing.
John called me a sinner a lot yesterday and hurt my feelings, so I can't donate. You were cuddling with your fiance on the couch, not leaving enough room for Jesus.
Yikes.
You said she fell asleep on your lap. You guys aren't married yet. You haven't sinned yet, but I'm saying you're playing with
It's
fire.
Uncle John right now.
You're playing with fire. You're playing with fire, bro. You're playing with fire.
Do people call you Unk yet?
Yeah, a lot of people call me Unc. The prices of maple syrup is going up. That's a fact. Thank God we got the in on the maple syrup. Abby's dad makes it.
Yo.
Unc is real, bro's ancient at 34. You're not lying. Call him out, John. I call him out. I call him out. All right, we need a little more, guys. We need a little more. I'm looking to reach a certain point. Once we hit that certain point, it's not even high. I'm just trying to get up to $50. That's it. We're just trying to get up to $50 on this live. We've been putting in hours of work for you here. That's less than like $10 an hour. We're just trying to get up to $50. That's all I'm doing.
They want you with slave wages?
This is slave wages, bro. We're giving you entertainment, crazy knowledge from Tim. I'm guarantee you guys are learning stuff today. Guarantee these guys are learning stuff. And I ain't even asking for hundreds of thousands. I'm just trying to get the supers up to $50. $50 for a day's of work. That ain't bad. That ain't bad. That ain't bad.
Somebody wants to see my stitching.
You bring it on over. Get out of here, Tim. It's a little bright. It looks good. Keep pressing the kingdom, fellas. Sola doi. I don't know what that means. Thank you. Give Tim a taco. I will 100% buy him a taco. Thank you for the 2. Thank you for the 2. Be better grifters so we can give more. How do you do it? How do you do it? How do you grift properly, guys? How do you do it? Andrew Wilson does it really good. I don't know how he does, and he never has any guilt or shame. He's just like, I'm not. He puts up. It's crazy. He puts up a $3,000 goal for every live.
You know what we need? We need a goal where you got to do something that's gonna really make them feel like you got to get like you got to.
Oh yeah, I'm not bringing up a guest. That's what they're here for. I'm not bringing up a guest till we hit the goal. You guys are here to hear the debates. Well, we got to hit the goal. Kevin Carr comes in with $1.09. Sorry, this is all I got, man. That's fair enough, bro. Fair enough.
If everyone gave $1, it'd be $500.
Yeah, if everyone gave $1, we'd have $500.
Come on, guys, give $1.
But he'll straight up be like, I am not doing anything else until you guys give me $1,000, and then they'll give him $1,000. I'm like, what? That's possible? You could do that? That's a thing. That's a thing. That's a thing. I didn't know it was. Andrew Griff by doing evasion goals. Yeah. Straight up get a job. I have a job. This is also my job. How many jobs do you got? Because I got 2. And see, you ask.
Whoa.
You shall receive.
Does double the limit guarantee double the entertainment? JK. I am a fan. Keep it up. Praying that God uses you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You guys,
Lord
everyone.
will reward you for
I gotta do it. He did the 100, so I gotta do it. W's in the chat. W's in the chat, guys.
Ew.
W's in the chat. W's in the chat, guys. W's in the chat for I don't know how to say your name. Munio, man. W's in the chat. W's in the chat. He literally just funded this live himself. Your entertainment was just funded by one singular man. Well, everybody else kind of helped.
You will have crowns in heaven. We will know about this. This will be brought up in the new heaven and new earth. Let's go. Immortalizing activities.
But we just hit it. So now we get now you have to do double the entertainment. So I need a little more spice out of you, Tim. A little bit more Christian swear words, a little bit more mother angry face. Let's do it. Let's bring up the next guest. We haven't brought somebody on the multi-guest button on TikTok lately, so let's try that.
I don't know why I'm so chill today.
Hello?
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 22.
All right, bro. God is real. Prove us wrong. Go ahead. Sirio, thank you so much. And just before we go, style rail working, $10. I know you're Canadian and don't understand college football, but I have you on the background. Go Vols. Go Vols. Go Vols. All right.
I don't know who that is.
I don't know either, but go ahead. Go ahead, man. You can go ahead now.
Okay. Do you guys think that
The echo is bad. I think it's. I apologize, man. You're gonna have to come in on the tiny URL. tinyurl.com.
I just leave it back sometimes?
What's that?
I feel like if I leave and come back, it might work.
Maybe not. We'll try. But last time I tried, it didn't work, and it just for some reason TikTok guests are doing that all of a sudden. I don't know why. I don't know why. Pretty sure my audio didn't mess up. Let me see. Maybe that's the reason. Hold on. Come back. I think I fixed it.
Oh, wow. We just got some goodness.
Echo.
Is there an
Oh,
echo,
wait, it would be
chat?
on the other end.
Is there an echo? Still the echo. Okay, hold on. Is there an echo? You got to talk, bro.
Echo.
All right, I apologize. You're gonna have to come through the other thing.
It's
I
still
don't know what's
bad?
going on. Yeah.
All right.
All right, guys. If you want to join, it's tinyurl.com/BJS guest. All right, let's bring up the next one. Did we get rated? I think we got rated. Let's see. Are we
You
going
got
to the
rated?
whole queue? Yeah, sometimes people try to like mess with it, but I have this thing set up so it doesn't work, and then I just have this like really long queue of people that just. Anyways, Beaver, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello, I'm 19.
All right, man. God is real. Prove us wrong.
Yes, I do not. I lack the belief of God existing.
Bro.
So, what is the evidence?
Bro.
You want to do lack theism?
All right.
Hey,
well,
be
I'm
real
just
for a
giving you the
second. Why do
definition
you
of
actually
atheism.
like that position? Like, do you actually think that's a good position?
It's my position. Like, I don't know what you mean by good. Like, no position is good. It's just someone's position. So, right. So, tell me the evidence of God.
Wait. No, I mean by good as in like, do you really think that there's a lot of justification for the position of just lacking belief and forcing us to just give you evidence?
So, what you want me? I mean, all I could say God doesn't exist, but I'm not going to say it's a positive claim.
Where are you guys getting this idea that there's somehow a difference in positive and negative
It's the
claims in terms
definition,
of
right? So
justification?
search up atheism, right? It says to deny or to lack the belief in God. So I was giving you what if I were to
Yeah,
choose.
so
I would choose that.
according to Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, lack theism has to be the antithesis of theism. It makes that argument that this idea of atheism has to be an antithesis of theism. It makes the argument that lack theism really is just useless and is just synonymous with agnosticism.
Okay, fine. I don't believe God exists then.
Okay. So then you would have some justification for that.
Sure, yeah. I'm not convinced of any religion, and I am convinced that there would be no all-loving God because of the problem of evil.
Okay. So do you think the problem of evil is logically incompatible? Do you think evil is logically incompatible with the existence of God? Or do you think it's evidence against the
No.
existence of God?
No, I think that it increases or it decreases the probability of God existing because of how many things that could be different, and it could have been changed, and no one would have known it was God anyways. But there's like
Okay.
suffering can be necessary, but there is some unnecessary suffering.
Okay, so let's start somewhere. So for you to say that there's evidence against something, it's all decreased probability. That's all that means. So that you believe that evil is evidence against God. Okay, great. Okay, what that means you have some idea of what evidence God would leave behind if he did exist, and what is that?
Yeah. So if the definition of God is existing everywhere at once, and if he's all good, so good should exist everywhere at once. So evil should be impossible to exist.
Okay, was that are you trying to make an inference?
Sure. So if God
well,
exists everywhere at once,
that's a
'cause
false
he's
inference.
omnipotent.
That's an invalid inference. We got to start over. That's an invalid inference. It doesn't work. God being omnipresent doesn't mean that good will be present everywhere at once in the way that you're thinking of it. You have a very specific idea. And I know exactly what idea you have here, right? God being maximally loving, maximally good, maximally loving, maximally powerful, and maximally knowledgeable, right? Like being present everywhere at once, make the connection that there would be thus no bad things anywhere.
Well, if I would assume, based on your definition that I've heard you guys say, right? Evil is the lack of goodness, right? But if
No.
if
That's
God
not
is
what the problem of
everywhere
evil is
and
getting at.
God is good, then good is
That's
everywhere.
not the problem of evil. That's a completely different topic. The problem of evil has to do with suffering.
Yeah,
right?
I was trying to add on. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I was trying
suffering.
to add on more
So
reasons
like,
to why
do you understand what the contemporary definition of suffering is?
contemporary definition, probably not, since it's probably something different than what I've heard.
Okay, so what would you say the suffering is?
Unpleasant feelings, and
Like the one I'm having right now?
and unneeded death. Right. So the
It's the look every
the
time.
lack of life and the unpleasantness of life. So like pain.
So before God created any life, there was evil in the world.
Well, I'm saying that it should be impossible, right? Because God is everywhere and God is all good, so good should be everywhere.
Well, no, you said the lack of life is some form of suffering or evil, but I just said before God
No,
created any life, that would mean
right.
you know,
So
there's
so
suffering.
the right. So I mean, you know, God allowed death, right? But there's a lot of death that happens to people who could have lived longer, and
Okay.
unneeded. That like I'm fine saying that some things are necessary, but there's unnecessary death and there's unnecessary suffering, right?
Okay, so you just care about this whole necessary thing.
I care about talking about classifying things correctly as necessary or unnecessary, right?
Okay, I have no idea why I need to accept those terms, to be honest with you, man.
Okay, so you don't think evil is necessary then?
It's that I disagree with the very premise it's built on. That's completely irrelevant to whether or not God is good.
Okay, so then tell me how God is good then.
Well, no. So you're saying that what matters to God being good is if there are no instances of unnecessary suffering, and I'm going, I don't even know why I need to believe that. Right? Like you're saying that I have a problem of evil. A problem of evil is an internal critique. So
Okay,
I have
sure.
the problem here. You haven't demonstrated any problem, bro.
Right. I'm telling you why I'm unconvinced. Sure, I can give you examples of unnecessary suffering or death. Sure.
Wait, no, but
That's not the
an
question he asked
example is
you.
going to build in the definition that you have. And what I'm saying is that it doesn't even matter yet. It still doesn't matter if that's even the case. Like, I'm wondering why I should even care about it. Like, I could completely grant that there is some example of unnecessary suffering, but the question I have is, why does that even matter? Like, build the inference for me. You're on one side of the chasm. We're not on the other side of the chasm
maximum
yet.
good or loving. That's why.
Why?
Okay, but that's tautologous.
Because it's
It's
unnecessary.
the same thing on the other side. It's the same thing on both sides of the equal sign. I want you to justify that for me.
Right. Okay. I can give you an analogy, I guess. If someone were choking in front of me and I just sat back and did nothing, right, and allowed that person to die, I could have saved them. What I did, what was it? Evil?
I would say that you should say them.
Right. So, okay. So you're telling God that He should save some of the people that shouldn't have died.
God,
What?
Who's to say that He doesn't?
Really, God? So God? Okay. So tell me what God does then, if He does do stuff.
So wait. Who's responsible for salvation?
Christian perspective would be people.
Really? You think Christian theology tells us people are responsible for salvation?
Well, they have free will, right?
I don't think you know what salvation means.
No. Yeah.
So salvation is to be saved and be with God, right?
So God's responsible for our salvation, but we get to freely choose it.
Sure. Oh, God's response. Okay. Yeah, that's sure.
Because what you're saying right now is you're saying that you're doing this thing that a lot of atheists do, which is they think that, like, for whatever reason in the theistic worldview, like, the entirety of human existence is their earthly existence. And it's like you're conveniently ignoring the very rules the theistic worldview plays by.
Okay, yeah, yes,
why are you doing that?
You guys, for instance, you guys believe death isn't non-existence, sure. But could you please explain to me what, like,
hold on, can you say that again? We believe what?
Death doesn't mean not existing.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so could you explain to me, just quickly answer the objection I said to if God is everywhere and He's good, so good is everywhere. Explain how evil can even exist if God is everywhere and is all good.
Well, hold on. hold on. What we have to get clear what we mean by God is everywhere. What do you
Well,
think that means? To say that God is
omnipresent.
everywhere?
That's what that means. Omnipresent.
You just
But
using
that's a
synonymous
term.
word.
That's a term.
Okay,
What does
so-
the term mean? What's the definition of the term? What's on the other side of the equal sign?
To
What does it
exist
mean?
everywhere at the same time. That's what omnipresent means.
So I would push back on that. We would say that God sustains all existence. There's no point in existence. There's no point. There's no region. It's not like the God is sustaining the earth and then not sustaining Venus. What we mean by omnipresent is that God's sustaining power exists everywhere. God is sustaining all that exists. That's what omnipresence means. That's it.
Okay.
There's no inference you can draw from that. It's just that's what it is.
So you're saying omnipresence is sustaining everything everywhere at the same time?
Every location God's sustaining power is there.
Okay, tell me how he's sustaining. Like I really don't understand.
Well, that's
what you mean
an
by
irrelevant
sustaining.
question. I just gave you the definition. I'm telling you this is the definition. This is how Christians, and this is what Christian philosophers have done their painstaking due diligence in doing, is defining this term, and that's the term that they use. I'm giving you the best definition of the term, but what I'm saying is there's no inference you can draw from that.
Yeah, I guess I got my definition wrong, right? Because I was trying to attack the Christian perspective.
Yeah. So what you're trying to focus on is that God is wholly good. That's where the conversation needs to be had. So let's focus on that. What do you think it means for God to be wholly good?
Well, from the Christian view, there's objective morality, so upholding to that objective morality.
Upholding to that.
Yeah, that's what it means
morality?
to be all good. Sure, to be perfect in that objective morality.
To be perfect in that objective morality.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that means.
To not contradict it.
Okay, so God can't
tell me
contradict
how-
his nature.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. What is that nature?
It would be to be all good, right?
Okay, yeah, and so God being all good means what? Like what actions then should we expect God to do?
To stop unnecessary suffering.
Why? That's a non sequitur. Do you know what a non sequitur is?
Okay, yeah, sure. Like, I don't have. Tell me what I should believe then, if God were to be all good. Like, just tell me what that would mean then, because you're saying I'm wrong. So then tell me the alternative.
No, I'm not even saying that you're wrong. I'm saying that you could be right. Like here's the thing, man. I'm on your side right now, bro. You
So
could
saying
be
that we don't
right.
know.
It's just that there's no valid argument here.
Okay,
So
so
I
then how
want
do
you
we
to
know
make a
that he's
valid
all
argument.
good then? How do we know?
Well,
he's
I
all
want you.
good
I
then?
want you to make a valid argument because I could agree with you, right? Like, give me the chance to agree with you, but you haven't bridged the gap from God being all good to therefore necessarily no unnecessary suffering. You see those two claims? No unnecessary suffering. God is good. You're saying, yeah, one falls from the other. I'm going, how?
Right. So you want to know how? If there is no how, then
It's logically invalid. Your conclusion is false because it's logically invalid.
okay, yeah, sure. So tell me how we know God is all good then, if we can't make deductive statements like that.
We can make deductive statements. You're just making an invalid one.
Oh, okay. So
I need to make
give
a
me an
valid
example
one.
of a valid one then.
Do you know what a valid argument is to begin with?
One that is logically possible and consistent.
Okay, so what we'd say a valid argument is one that follows a valid inference rule. There's 8 of them.
Okay.
You know any of them?
I know
No.
two.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Johnstown
here's
knows
the thing,
too.
man. What I'll tell you, right? Because I could totally tell you this, but here's what I want to say, like bro to bro here, is you have adopted a position that you think is justified, but you can't even give me a valid deductive argument in support of that position.
Right. Sure. So tell
Meaning
me
the
what it
rational-
should be then.
Wait, let me just say this real fast. Meaning the rational thing for you to do is to not have that position.
So what? So okay. So you want me to be agnostic then?
That's what that would mean, because you can't put an argument for or against because you can't form a valid one.
Okay,
You don't hold
sure,
positions
but could
based
you
on
just
invalid
explain
inferences.
explain it then the way that would fit all the criteria that you've mentioned so far then?
Okay, so a valid argument is one that follows a valid inference rule, like if P then Q, P therefore Q,
Okay.
or if P Q not Q therefore not P.
Modus
Premise.
ponens, modus
Okay.
tollens.
Okay.
Exactly. There you go, John.
Okay. Okay, fine. Give me your premises then.
Okay, so if I were an atheist, I would say if God exists, there would be no unnecessary suffering. There is unnecessary suffering, therefore God doesn't exist. But you need to defend premise 1, right? If God exists, then then there would be no unnecessary suffering. So when you have a premise, you have to defend the premise. So the premise has to be true for the conclusion to fall. Okay, so if P then Q, right? Not P. Oh, sorry, not Q, therefore not P. So if God exists, P, there is no unnecessary suffering, Q. There is unnecessary suffering, Q, therefore God does not exist. I need you to justify premise 1, why if God exists, there is no unnecessary suffering. We're not even past premise 1. I need that justified before we move down, because that's everything hinges on that premise.
Okay, so you've never heard any atheist justify premise 1 before. That's what you're saying?
Actually, no.
No, me
The
neither.
justification that I'm given is wholly question begging. Do you know what it means to beg the question?
Right, yeah. So to
What
you
is
know
it? What do you mean
how
to beg the question?
right, to beg the question is that the argument that was given that does not actually answer the question that you stated objecting to the argument. So
No,
right,
begging the
so
question is that the conclusion you're attempting to justify is a part of the justification.
yeah. Okay. So
Can
so
you
you
just give that back, because I don't think you understand what begging the question is, and I think you're just trying to continue as if you do.
okay, begging the question is you just said
If you don't get it, that's okay. Just say I don't understand it. Could you explain it?
No,
That's how you learn.
I actually don't remember what. Yeah, sure. That was just said in front of me. Sure, yeah.
Tim, do you want to explain begging the question again?
Yeah, begging the question. It's a form of circular reasoning.
Right.
It's when
Yeah.
the
Okay.
conclusion you're attempting to justify is a part of your chain of justification.
So basically, your conclusion
the
is
thing
in
I'm
your
trying
premise.
to justify is a part of. Okay. Right.
So I'm asking you, if God exists, if God exists, then no unnecessary suffering. The conditional there, right? If God exists, then no unnecessary suffering. I'm asking you why? Why should any rational person believe that first premise?
Okay. I mean.
But Tim, if you were a parent, you wouldn't let your children hurt. So therefore.
No. I wouldn't use, because we're talking about God. So
you're better than most.
I concluded it.
I'm gonna be honest with you,
right, because I concluded it based on my definitions of what all good and all loving would be. So you've obviously demonstrated how I don't have those definitions down, right? So just explain to me what the alternative is.
Right. So I'm not trying to be obtuse here. I'm trying to make sure you're doing this right. So when you say based on my definitions, so the problem of evil is an internal critique of the theistic worldview, meaning it's not about your definitions. It's about my definitions or John's definitions, because
I see. Okay, yeah. I didn't represent that argument correctly. About trying to use your definitions, right? Because to be honest, I like you already schooled me on one of the definitions that you guys don't take to for Christian theology, right? So tell me under your definitions and what the alternative would be.
Well, my definition doesn't tell me about what God would do. It just tells me that he's good. That's what I've been trying to say the whole time. Like if I say, hey, I am like, if you have a friend and you say, hey, my friend Bob, he's really generous. I don't know what Bob does in a given scenario. I just know that you said he's generous. Now we have a concept there, meaning that to be generous is that you're a giving person. But I don't know if Bob gives his money. I don't know if Bob gives his time. I don't know if Bob gives emotional support. I don't know if Bob helps the homeless. Again, I don't know what Bob does purely on the definition of him being generous. I would have to see what Bob does in a particular scenario to see how he acts out his generosity. That's the only way I can see what it means for Bob to be generous. But from the very definition that
that's a good
Bob is
analogy.
generous, it does not tell me what Bob does in a given scenario. It tells me zero. It just tells me that Bob is generous.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That was a good analogy. So in that scenario, you know what generous means, but you don't know what actions he took to become generous.
Right.
Okay. So we know God is good, and we don't know what actions he took to become good. That's what you're saying.
What we're saying is, if we assume for a moment, if we pretend for a moment that there's this being who's perfectly good, then we go, okay, well then what would this being do in a given scenario? That's the question we're asking.
Okay,
and you're
so then
saying,
because no human is that being, how do we know?
Well, wait, hold on. What you're saying is that, I want to build up there. What you're saying is that, well, he would make sure that there's no unnecessary suffering, right?
Right.
What you're doing,
I would think so.
Right. But what you're doing, though, is you're attaching a concept that you think is true to the very concept of God. But what you're not doing is you're not saying, what does the theistic worldview attach to the concept that God is good? And I will tell you, I'll just cut to the chase here. There is not a single philosopher or theologian, Eastern or Western, in Christendom that says that God's primary motivation is zero unnecessary suffering. This has never been a position held by any Christian philosopher or Christian theologian. It's foreign to the Christian worldview.
Yeah.
I mean,
so
it's
what
straight
you're
up in the
doing is
Bible
begging the
that
question.
says you're going to suffer.
Yeah.
God himself says you're going to do it.
So I want to say this real fast. This is the problem with atheistic arguments from evil. This is the problem with atheistic arguments from evil. I don't know what worldview they're attacking. You say we have a problem, but there's not. I can't read Aquinas. I can't read Swinburne. I can't read early church fathers. I can't read any of the living scholars today who defend the thesis. Yes, a part of our worldview is that there's going to be zero unnecessary suffering. Like, it's foreign.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's foreign. Okay.
So what problem do I have? I don't know if I have a problem, because my worldview doesn't tell me that I should expect anything other than what I see.
Yeah. Okay. So there's no problem in the theist worldview. However,
so what does that mean? If there's no problem of unnecessary suffering in the theistic worldview, this argument is mute, which means this cannot be a reason you disbelieve in God.
Oh. So. Okay,
It's
so
moot,
you're
Tim.
saying
Moot.
that. What?
Being
Okay.
facetious,
So
go
you're,
ahead.
so you're saying that because of what the problem of evil is, right? The problem of evil isn't actually doing its argument, and I stated that was a reason why I'm not a theist, so I can't use it as a reason to be atheist then. Okay.
Yeah, because do you know what theists believe about evil? That God's
What?
purpose for evil is to transform evil into good, unnecessary or necessary. That's what makes God good in the Christian worldview, is that God's purposes for evil is that he transforms it into good, and that good will continue to exist, and there will come a time where evil does not exist. That's how we view God as good. I go, wow, God is so good that he has a plan for literally every bad thing, that one day it will no longer be a bad thing.
One day. Okay.
Yes,
So
that's the Christian worldview. You can't just look at a particular time slice of reality and then try to generate expectations about what God will do based on that. I know it might be a mouthful, but what you're doing is we have to look at the universe not in terms of its past. On the Christian worldview, you have to look at the universe in terms of where it's going.
Okay.
Not from where it's been, where it's going.
So
Do you know what?
so God is
do you know what
so
school
God is
theology that's
waiting
called? It's called
to destroy
eschatology.
evil Why? So wait, so evil is will eventually be turned to good, but why won't it be turned to good now or like earlier?
Wait, I'm saying that's what it means for God to be good, is that in the midst of the bad, God has a purpose for it, that it will not always remain
Okay.
bad. That's the purpose, right? So unnecessary, right, means that there's no reason, there's no point for it to exist. It's not necessary for something, right? And what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter if it's not necessary for something, because the way in which Christians understand God's goodness is that even in the midst of hardship, I know that God has a plan for my well-being, that this hardship will be transformed into a good, such that my well-being will also be taken care of in the midst of that. So because God is agape, meaning he wills the good of the other for its own sake, God wills the bad as a eventual good in my life for my own sake, right? A lot of people have have a hard time believing that the worst of sufferings can be transformed into the best of circumstances. And I will tell you, there's a law of proportionality, that the worst of sufferings is then therefore gives us equally proportionate opportunity for the best of states of affairs.
Tim, can you
So you
just
have a really
explain
bad
agape
bad.
real quick? For those
Yeah,
in the chat?
agape is to will the good of the other for their own sake.
Agape, not a guppy.
Agape.
Striker.
Yeah. So what I'm telling you right now, man, is that in the worst of sufferings, that gives God the opportunity to bring about the best of redemption, victory, triumph, to really show his love, right? It's like the best act of love is to overcome the worst of evil.
Okay, but okay. Why why is there a waiting period to destroy evil though?
Just
But wait a
explain it
minute,
to
I
you.
just told you that God's love is best expressed in the overcoming of the worst of evil.
Yeah, can't that happen sooner?
Well, wait, you're already assuming, right, that you're assuming this necessity constraint. I already told you Christians don't think like that. We think in terms of God's transformative power.
Okay. Okay, so you're saying in your worldview, you don't think of it as a matter of time. You think of it as a matter of if it happens or not, and what God does to all forms of evil. Okay.
Because let me ask you, do you think that we have the knowledge to say what God
No, obviously
will
not.
do?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, well, like we don't have the knowledge to say what God will do prior to anything. Like people ask me all the time, how do you know what God, the world in which God will create in all of its facets? It's like none of us have that knowledge. But what I do know is that for a being to be good in the midst of bad things, they have to do good by it. There's no such thing as being good and not doing good by something that's bad. So you and I are both saddled with this world, okay? That's non-negotiable. We have the world the way that it is. Okay, great. If I assume that there is a good being within this world, then the next logical step is, then if this being is good, it's going to do good by things that aren't good. A lot of good already exists. That makes sense. We would expect there to be a lot of good if a good being exists. So then we would expect that if a good being exists amongst bad things, there will be a purpose for those bad things to no longer be bad things. That's what the Christian worldview says and believes. And by the way, the Christian worldview actually tells humans to be a part of that process. We say, hey, God goes, go make the world better.
Okay.
How can we make the world better if it's already bad? And by the way, I will tell you right now, you might have a harder time accepting this because there's a lot of Christians who believe, right, that that the world was originally perfect, and then whoops, sorry, slip of the mind, the world is no longer perfect. Actually, there's actually a tradition that actually predates that tradition, where actually God's entire goal was to perfect the world from an immature state to a more mature state. Right? So Adam and Eve, right, for example, in the Christian story, it's not that they made the world not perfect. They started out immature. They started out childlike. But the whole purpose was to make them mature. But to be made mature, you have to fail. You have to go, you have to make mistakes. You have to learn from your mistakes. Like true knowledge happens experientially. So you might have been introduced to this other Christian idea that the world was perfect. And if they just didn't eat of that thing. I'm actually, there's a complete earlier tradition of Christianity that actually believes, no, like this was not a contingency plan, right? God's goals was to work with humanity and accommodate them forward into greater and greater perfection. God's ideal is over here. It's not here, right? And think about a story. Do you like stories that don't go anywhere? Do you like stories that are like, hey, everything's good. Okay, that's it. 30-second story.
Yeah.
Do you play
like a
video
story
games with
that's
cheat codes?
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. In the Christian worldview, every one of like the hero's journey is the main quintessential theme in the best of films, movies, Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, right? I'll just use those two. You odds are you know either one of those. Okay.
Yeah.
There's plot failure. There's dead end. There's temporary dead ends. There's mystery. There's tragedy. There's triumph. There's sadness. There's all these different things. There's suspense. We don't know where the story is going, and we love it. Those same themes exist now, right?
Wow, that's
all the characters in the story participate.
That's a pretty good way to put it. I'm pretty sure I'm convinced that like God exists now. No, because that I'm just thinking about the I don't know. It doesn't.
Wait, is that? Were you being serious or were you being like facetious?
What?
When you said you're pretty sure that God exists now, were you being serious or are you saying that as a joke?
No, I'm being convinced of the reasons to not believe in God were wrong.
Okay.
And I'm trying to
Love it, bro.
I'm trying to rationalize my worldview right now.
Dude, I love it, bro. Hey, I want to say this real fast, dude. You are awesome. Like if you are being completely serious right now, okay? Like you could be clipping this and being like, oh, I lied to them. But like if you're being truly honest right now, bro, like you are better than 99% of people for admitting what you just admitted.
Okay. Well, I came up in good faith. That's why.
Okay, bro. I want you to take it in. Like, take in what I'm saying right now. I genuinely am saying, like, I'm proud of you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
This is great. I know this is like we threw a lot out here, right? But like, good, dude. Do you have an Instagram?
No, I don't have an Instagram.
Okay. Do you use like email?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you email me?
Sure.
Because I want to send you some resources so you're not just stuck in limbo right now.
Okay. So sure.
Yeah. So it's just Tim.
I'll open up. Okay, hold on. Okay, go.
Yeah, it's Tim at.
So just TIM.
Yep.
And then
at Worldview Mastery.
Worldview
Mastery.com.
And there's no capitals.
Nope.
I just put it in the chat too for you. Your specific chat.
Okay. I got it.
Okay. Send me a follow-up email and say, hey, I was that guy who was talking about problem of evil. I kind of changed my mind. I want to follow up with you and send you some resources so you're not stuck in limbo. You need a next step after this, okay, man?
Okay. Okay.
W's in the chat for Beaver, ladies and gentlemen.
I have an Outlook I can use.
Sweet.
Okay. All right, I copied the email.
I love it, man. I love it. I look forward to talking with you, man.
All right, Beaver.
Okay,
I'm going to let you go,
thanks.
but definitely email Tim, and I hope to
Okay.
hear again from you in the future.
Okay, bye.
All right. God bless, man.
Good talking with you, brother.
Tim.
Yes, sir.
Tell us who you are.
This is a great stream. I'm having a great time. Yeah, this is just passionate about these topics, man. I will tell you that the problem of evil was the one thing that made or break that made my worldview what it is today. If I didn't study the problem of evil, I would not be as confident in Christianity as I am now. It's problem of evil is simultaneously the most difficult, but also the best evidence for the Christian worldview. And if you just spend time doing your due diligence and not having these preconceived notions get in the way and try to understand it for what it is and try to ask the right questions, you'll see like it's actually the door into the Christian worldview. I will say I spent five-ish years studying the problem of evil every day, and it changed my life forever.
But no. Tell us who you are. Where can we find you? Where do we learn more? What's happening in Tim's world? Are you just some random guy we found on the internet is just here? Like people want to see more of Tim. How do they do it?
Oh, okay. Well, that's what I thought we already did that, but I guess we'll do it again.
No. There's new people coming and going all the time, man. Who tell them.
Okay, if you insist. What's going on, guys? Okay, hey, my name's Tim. Yeah, John and I are friends. We were both on Jubilee. If you want to watch the Alex O'Connor debate, him and I were both on there. We killed it.
We bonded. I saw him
especially
shirtless
John.
like 5 times.
Exactly. I run Worldview Mastery, and we're just an initiative to teach Christians how to think, how to be confident and strong thinkers, because I believe that the best of apologetics comes from knowing how to think. And if you know how to think, then you know how to think about your worldview. And if you know how to think well about your worldview, then you master your worldview. I'm not just about believing the Christian things. I want you to have mastery and dominion over the things that you believe. And that comes from knowing how to think and know how to think for yourself. So apologetics, good apologetics is a byproduct of knowing how to think well for yourself. So if you want to come to my channel, that is what you will see there. I also teach this stuff. I have an academy where I go live twice per week. And I construct people plans for how to do this, how to study properly, how to debate, how to overcome objections, how to find answers every single time so you don't have to be reliant on apologists for the rest of your life. I'm a big believer that you shouldn't be outsourcing your thinking as a Christian. You shouldn't be having late night sessions looking up answers to objections. You should know how to get them every single time. That's the way John and I are. Every time we have an objection, we don't stay stuck. Okay, so if you want to know how to get that, you can follow me on all platforms, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. I post a lot on Instagram and TikTok, so you'll see me really active on there. And feel free to send me a DM if you want to know how to actually get some hands-on help in this area. I would love to talk to you to see if that kind of help is a good fit for you. Otherwise, you can enjoy the content.
So we're going to give everybody 15 to 30 seconds right now to go over to Worldview Mastery at YouTube and subscribe and hit the bell notification. I mean, RubeTube. You can't say the word.
Red platform.
The red platform. Not that red platform. Just so you know, the other one. So make sure that you guys go do that. While we're doing that, we're going to do some super chats, and then we'll bring up another guest, and we're going to see if it's even possible to cook Tim. I mean, he's already black, so like. Christian Killian came with $5, says, John, good news. We got the castle up and running. Also, we found the unicycle. I have no idea what that means, but congratulations. I'm for it. Jason Westbrook came in with $5. Abs, really hope you're making timestamps on Tim's fire spitting. Are you, Abs?
Yes.
Why can't I hear your mic? Hold on. Say that again.
I said yes.
There we go. Lord Striker. $5. You can see and feel the Holy Spirit flowing through his whole stream. W host, W Beaver, all glory to God. Amen. Hallelujah. Remember, Tim, you get no glory. It all goes to the Holy Spirit. Come on, man. Perfect the grift. W's in the super chats. W's. W's in the chat, boys. W's in the
Dude,
chat.
oh my
Everyone,
gosh,
W's in
dude,
the
I can't
chat.
even. Sorry, go on.
W's in the chat, boys. W's. What? What's wrong?
Sorry. No, you're good.
What happened?
Oh no, nothing. You're good.
What happened? Don't do that to me, bro. What
Oh,
happened?
dude, it's
somebody send you a
it's
nude?
literally nothing. It's literally nothing, bro.
Did he email you a nude? Is that what happened? Beaver, did he just email you his nudes? And he's just like, bro, I really hit it off with you. And like, I know you're a Christian, but like,
Yeah, and you see me lean in. I'm like, huh? What is that?
huh? All right, guys, smash the like button, share the live. We're probably going to go for another hour or so for myself. Tim, you can take off whenever. It's up to you, but I think you're killing it. And I'd love for you to stay. But let's bring up.
Yeah,
some
let me
more.
see. Let me see if this is a good time. Ooh, wait. I'm supposed to. I think I missed that window. I was supposed to have a call with someone. And I think it passed while I was on this call.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Don't sign up for his academy, guys. He'll miss your calls. I joke. He's actually really, really on the ball.
Do you? Okay, what were we saying?
Are you staying or going?
Let me see. Do you hear that?
Yeah.
You do?
Yep.
Okay, that was Than.
That was Than? Is that the call you're having is with Than? I'll call
No,
Than
no,
right now and
no,
tell
no.
him.
So, I don't know if I can say this live. I'll tell you after the live.
Oh my God, that's so cute. The picture of Bert you sent me. Oh my God, that is so adorable. I wish I could show you guys. You might not be able to see.
Try it.
Not see. It's
He's so cute.
too flashed out. Can't see it. Can't see what's going on. All right, let me bring in another guest then. Jason, hello. How are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you just fine. How old are you?
41.
All right, bro. God is real. Prove us wrong. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just want to say I'm a skeptic atheist. I used to be a believer. And I spend a lot of my time just trying to find the truth. And I get nervous and my voice kind of gets shaky when I do this, so bear with me.
Dude, I completely understand. I've been there. I feel like a bag of sand. So take your time. Do what you need to do.
Appreciate it. So can I first ask, this is the first time I've ever really called into a show. You guys are Christians, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you, what kind of Christians are you?
The best kind.
Like Baptists?
I don't share
Catholics,
my
Mormons?
denomination because I think it's such a small aspect of like what makes a Christian a Christian.
Sure. Okay. Do you guys, is the Bible inerrant? 100% of it is true?
Depends on what you mean by inerrant. Is there any errors like in the Bible? Yes, I'd say there's some errors, like
Correct.
scribal errors and things like this. Is it inerrant as
Okay.
it's going to fail you in teaching? Yeah, I'd say it's inerrant in that way. It's not going to fail you in its teachings.
Beautiful. Okay. So, my claim is that I think we should start any question with, I don't know. And I think the irresponsible approach is to presuppose something divine in order to find out what's true or not. So, like, for example,
I
Calvinists
want to stop you right there
believe-
for a second. I half agree. I actually don't like the term "I don't know" because I don't know what the word "know" is doing there. Because I don't claim that I know things. I just claim that I have reasons to believe things. So for me, if I don't have a reason to believe something, I'm irrational for believing it. So for me, where I would meet you is I would say, if you don't have reasons to believe something, don't believe it. So I don't make claims about knowing things or whatever the case may be. I'm just doing my best with the information that I have.
Exactly, right. Trying to navigate things, the best we can. So my main questions that I have, and I don't really want to touch evil. I've been listening for like an hour now, and that seems to be the thing. So while evil is a thing, we have divine hiddenness. if we're going to look at the Bible, we can obviously see there are inconsistencies. The God of the Old Testament he's not a very good guy in a lot of cases of the Old Testament. Genesis 1 and 2, have contradictory sort of creation accounts. And even with
I wouldn't say they're contradictory. I'd say that there's a lot of scholarship when looking at Genesis 1 and 2 that has gone on.
I would say there are a lot of Christians that believe that there are different views on Genesis 1 and 2.
Well,
yeah, what John is saying is
all
that
I was going to
Genesis
say
1
though
and, yeah.
is that Genesis 1 and 2, like Genesis 1, there's a lot of scholarship that's leaning towards the lines that Genesis 1 is talking about, like the creation of like nature, right, and the things that are happening on Earth and of mankind. Where Genesis 2 is speaking more specifically about the garden and what was happening in there.
Mm-hmm. Of course, and the things I'm going to say, a lot of the trouble I have too is we have a lot of different types of Christians that believe a lot of different stuff.
Not really. There's only about 20.
A lot of them. What's that?
There's only about 20, and the differences in the beliefs between the 20 are very minuscule and minor. They like the most of those 20 different viewpoints and beliefs, the ecclesiastical versions of Christianity, so to speak. They really just differ on like the means, so to speak. So the ends are a lot of the same, but they'd be creedal. So a lot of them would have creedal viewpoints, and as long as you have a creedal viewpoint, I'd say you're a Christian.
So for example, like we have both sides, atheists, skeptics, believers. We can't discern, we can't figure out, did Moses write the first 5 books? Or is the first 5 books allegorical? That's one point that's contested. You get into Leviticus, and
I got to pause you there. I'm going to pause you there because when you say like, are the first 5 books allegorical? Well, there's allegory in them, and then there's truth in them. So, for example, we have Joseph's temples. We know where they are, right? We study them. The temple of the temple of praise and the temple of cursing. So, like when they talk about those temples, we know they exist. We know Balaam was probably actually a person because we have Balaam's tablet that speaks about him as well. So like there's definitely things in it. We also have inscriptions of Israel walking through the desert on Egyptian walls. So like there are definitely things in there that are 100% now allegorical and are historical. Even in the Gospels themselves, there are truth claims. That go back there. So for example, it talks about the well in the Gospel of John where he has to go wash himself, right? And this is done twice for the man who's a paraplegic and the man's blind. They have to go wash himself at this well. This also goes back to the first 5 books where it says that, who was it? Not Jacob, but somebody else actually dug this well. And that well is a real location. We found it. So like there's definitely historical accounts in the first 5. It's not just allegory.
Yeah, no, and I agree with you. We do see there are some archaeological truths to what is said in the Bible. I'm not disputing that at all. Mm-hmm. I'm simply pointing out there's a lot of dichotomy in different beliefs with different Christians, and also that people like me point out. And we don't have time to go over all of it, but Leviticus with the slavery. There's some believe that it isn't chattel slavery, that it's.
I don't care what like an individual Christian says. I care about like what scholarship and church tradition says. So scholarship and church tradition says it is chattel slavery. Like,
right, and I agree with you there. That my contention is when you have apologists or evangelists going out to the world, like those who approached me, and like when I went out there to bring people to Christ. You might get different accounts based on who is approaching you and what you're going to say back and forth. So the problem or the challenges I see is that there's so many different views amongst people who believe in Christ that if God,
but these views are
God
minor.
of the Bible,
Like these issues, whether it was chattel
So,
slavery or whether it was indentured servitude, doesn't change whether or not Jesus Christ died on the cross. So let me just ask you a question. Do you believe in evolution?
sure. I am a scientist. Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, which model?
Um, so the science I focus on soil science. When I look at evolution, I'm the belief that we come from a single-celled organism,
Yeah,
you know, 4 billion plus years ago,
that's not
etc.
the question I'm asking you though. Which model of evolution do you believe in?
Which ones are you? Could be specific if you don't
So
mind.
to make John's hold on real fast, to make John's point clearer, there's a conversation between two scientists, Richard Dawkins and Dennis Noble. Dennis Noble was Richard Dawkins' dissertation examiner for his PhD. He is one of Great Britain's greatest physiologists. They both believe and accept evolution as science, but Dennis Noble vehemently disagrees with Dawkins' and gene-centric interpretation of it. Okay, one
So
person
are
was
we,
the
are we
very
talking about micro
dissertation.
macro?
No.
It's not micro, macro.
We're talking about, so there's in-house debates within evolutionary biology about what are the driving mechanisms of change, and Dawkins disagrees with his own dissertation examiner, who's one of Great Britain's greatest physiologists who works on systems biology for a living. And Noble has arguments not against evolution, but against Dawkins' version of it. But they both believe in evolution.
Sure.
This
So
is
for
no
instance-
different than Christians.
So I'll give you an actual example here. Me and Tim both have widely different versions of eschatology, right? And that is what happens in the next life. But that does not change the truth claim of whether or not Jesus Christ died on the cross and resurrected.
Well,
Yeah.
I'd like to talk about that too. But yes, I do believe in evolution. I believe in microevolution. Obviously, like we share 99% of the small stuff in us with a wide variety of all other
Yeah,
stuff.
so you believe
throughout
in
the
common
planet.
ancestry. Right. You believe in common ancestry, so we can call that evolution. But then there's in-house debates about how that happens.
Of course.
But that doesn't
of course.
mean that common ancestry didn't happen.
Just like there's in-house debates in Christianity, that does not mean that Christianity is false.
Of course. No, I agree with you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Like I said, I like to ask questions and try to get different views. You know, you spoke of the Gospels, and you know, a lot of what I say has been said. I've watched all of Alex's stuff. I've listened to Dawkins and the New Atheist stuff. I've read Aquinas. I try to put myself in the history books for where they're at. You know, and when I look at the Gospels, something that surprised me. And if I'm wrong about anything, just blatantly, please correct me. But when we look at Mark being the earliest gospel we see, like right around 70 AD or so, as the gospels move forward, it's roughly 80 to 90% of, so you have Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John. So outside of Mark, a lot of it is very, very similar to Mark. So when I look at that, not only do we not have anything written by the people who saw Jesus when Jesus was there, we don't have anybody that has the actual writings
So
of
you're bringing,
Jesus.
I got to pause you because you're bringing up multiple problems. You're bringing up the problem of like, is there an eyewitness? And then you're also bringing up the synoptic problem. Which one do you want us to address?
Let's start with, and let's try to be sincere with each other here. Let's try to be, do you guys see an issue with how most of the gospels after Mark are very, very similar to Mark?
So this
and why
the
that could be
synoptic
a
problem.
Correct.
Yeah, so I don't see an issue with the synoptic problem because this is like a very common thing when doing history is people will check each other's notes. Like Josephus does this, Tacitus does this, and they'll record. We even have recordings from church fathers writing from other notes from other church fathers and quoting it almost verbatim, keeping in continuity.
Sure.
What I'm more interested in is like the rhetorical goals of each author. So for example, Mark, the goal of Mark is to be memorized. It's not written, according to like the scholar Paul Rhodes, it's not written in the sense to be read like how we read it. It's written in the sense that it's just to get the information across so you can memorize it and you can go and recite it from person to person to person to person. This is one of the reasons it's also considered the earliest gospel, because of its recitation value. When we're looking at Matthew is doing something that's called midrash. So he's interpreting the Old Testament through the lens of the New Testament. Matthew, you'll notice specifically, will have it's almost like 80 to 90% verbatim to what Mark is. Except you'll notice that he expands a little bit. So for example, in Mark, it says, no sign will be given to them. And it just kind of leaves it at that. But then in Matthew, it says no sign will be given them except for the sign of Jonah. So if we're looking at the rhetorical goal, Mark, again, is just trying to get the gist across. Jesus Christ came, was the Messiah, performed miracles, died on the cross, resurrected. Matthew is showing how he's fulfilling prophecy. So he's making sure that he's consistent with Mark. If we're saying that Matthew copied Mark, it could also be the other way around if we look at church tradition. He's just being consistent with Mark, but then he's expanding on what Jesus was actually saying, and he's giving more details in those events. So no, I don't see a problem with it. Actually, this to me would be a good thing, because it shows that the community was integrated with each other and trying to be consistent in their teachings.
No, good points. The two things I want to say to that, though, is I want to share why I think personally it's a problem. And please remind me, I haven't delved into Mark in a while.
Sure.
Does Mark actually mention the resurrection in Mark?
Yeah. So he leaves off with the women running from there, but then everybody's like, oh, they always say there's no resurrection account because it doesn't show Jesus going and talking to the people. But it finishes that he has risen. He's not in the tomb. The women fled and said nothing because they were afraid. And then through the extended editing, it adds on to like him interacting with his disciples. But it does finish off with he has risen.
Perfect. So the two things I want to speak to that is, one, you brought up a good point with what Mark says happened during the resurrection. And we all know that the different authors spoke to different versions of what happened at the resurrection, who saw what and who told who what. When I look at the Gospels, how it was always taught to me when I went to church and from the pulpit, these are individual anonymous accounts of what they saw and what the times were, based on someone else's account, right? So this isn't direct contact with Christ, which brings in just problems of itself.
Yeah, so I will say, if that's true, John and I would both agree with you that that's problematic, right?
I'm saying it could be. I'm saying it could be a problem. Like I think
it would be, because what that would mean, right? So the reason why they say it's anonymous, right, is because it's of the genre of folklore, right? So in the early 1900s, there was a German tradition called the form critical tradition of looking at the Gospels as anonymous folklore. That these were what's a characteristic of folklore? It's a story that morphs and morphs depending on the communities that the story is told to. That decades down the road, even centuries down the road, the story that you get is not the original story that was told. They view the Gospels that way. That the resurrection tradition, for example, wouldn't have been something that they started off with, but was something that met its completion at like the church or something like that. If that's true, that would be problematic, because that would mean then the resurrection was not something that the anonymous, right, transmitters would have believed in. It was something that was evolved within certain communities. It was passed down to. That would be problematic. John and I, though, reject that. We do not believe that the Gospels are uncontrolled oral transmission of folklore. We do not believe that. We believe that they are controlled transmission of eyewitness testimony that is well preserved. That's what John and I believe. So if it is well preserved, controlled oral transmission, then they started off with a resurrection tradition. That's why we have a resurrection tradition. If it's anonymous, uncontrolled transmission of folklore, then we got the resurrection decades down the line. We didn't start with the resurrection, right? So those are the two competing schools of thought. One of them is true, one of them is false. And John and I would take the view that this is controlled oral transmission that eventually was written down by those within living memory of eyewitnesses that was well preserved, and thus we have what we have today.
So I'll let you go there, Jason, because I don't want to steamroll you. But just to clarify, and Tim, correct me if I'm wrong. Me and Tim both hold to something that's called like the max data case, and it's basically the idea is that we have so much data within the Gospels and with the epistles that show that they have to be trustworthy, and that these people were trying to record true information.
Well, let me speak to that. And you guys said that so beautifully. And I don't feel steamrolled. I think these talks are amazing. Like when we read these Gospels, I think we all would agree there's clear contradictions in the Gospels, and one is fine. You say again?
No, I wouldn't agree that there are clear contradictions. So can I touch on that?
Hey, John, I got to pop off here, brother.
All right, man. God bless.
So
thank you so much for having me on.
Thanks for talking.
Everyone. Love being here. Thank you so much. We'll do this again. Peace out.
So the contradictions that I'm pointing to, we have different. I think it's different days that Jesus died on, or different times that Jesus may have died. We have some of the women doing different things in different accounts.
So I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna let you know in advance that I have notes on almost every one of these so-called contradictions. And what we could do is, like, we can mention them, we can go through them, I can harmonize them, and we could do that so we go through every one of them, and we'll be here all day.
It would take forever.
Now, my simple question for you is it logically possible that we can harmonize those contradictions?
I think anything is possible, yes.
Okay, so as long as it's logically possible that we can harmonize these contradictions, then by definition, they are not a true contradiction.
You're going to have to elaborate on that.
So for example, a square round room, that's a true contradiction, right? There's no way for me to harmonize that. If I tell you I have a square round room, I just don't. It cannot be harmonized. Sure. That's a true contradiction. If I can harmonize like the different accounts of the resurrection, like it says there's one woman that went to the thing, or was it two women? If I can give you a harmonization that is logically sound and valid, or just even sound, it doesn't even really have to be valid. As long as it's sound, by definition, it's not a true contradiction.
That's something I would have to think about, but I mean, I'll grant you that for now if you want to continue.
Yeah, so I just kind of bringing up that point. There's a few where maybe I can grant you true contradiction. Did Jesus take one staff or two staffs? But even I know there's a way to harmonize that using the Greek language on how Luke used specific words at that time. It can be harmonized. I've seen it harmonized. What color were Jesus's robes? Maybe that's a true contradiction. If I was even to grant those true contradictions, I think they would be so trivial it wouldn't change the fact of whether or not they were trying to record true history.
And that's kind of what I mean. That wasn't a reason I stopped believing those little trivial things. I think to the average layman reader, someone that just goes to church, they live their lives, they're not a scholar, but who really read the Word, they're going to look at those and they're going to have some questions, and outside. If I may transition a little bit, when I originally said, I think we should start with asking ourselves a certain question, why is this? Like if someone came to me and said, Jason, I believe God is real. I believe the Christian God is real. Can you prove it? As a person who uses science as a tool in his everyday life, the only thing that I could possibly think of is to go to Christians, which we have different varieties, Muslims, Catholics, Christian being a
Muslim
person
doesn't
who
fall into that
believes in
category.
Christ. Say again?
Muslim doesn't fall into the category of Christian.
No, did I say Muslim? Sorry, I misspoke. So, Mormons. Sorry, slip of the tongue.
I'd also say Mormons don't fall into that category as well.
But Mormons do say they're Christians. Do you see the issue?
Yeah, so that's just like I'm not interested in the word. I'm interested in the reverence, right? What does that word represent? And so I'd say the vast majority of so-called denominations have the same reverence. The Christ that died on the cross, resurrected from the dead, who is true God amongst true gods. That'd be the same reverence. With, for example, Mormonism, they have an entire new doctrine that is not accepted in Orthodox Christianity that came from their prophet, Joseph Smith. And this entire new doctrine completely changes traditional history in Christianity and traditional creeds in Christianity. And by doing that, by definition, you're in heresy. And Christian tradition is what was called anathema, right? If you were in heresy, you were treated as an anathema. So with this specific church that call themselves Christians, they're anathemas to traditional Christianity. So I'll say this: creedal Christianity is true, if we want to be specific.
Right, and I do not disagree with you here. I'm simply saying, and I don't think we can disagree. They simply call themselves Christians.
Mm-hmm.
They go out into the world like other Christians, and they profess Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior. So the whole point what with that is that we have a variety of them, and let's not belabor it. But so I'm a big what I want to really talk about is when we say God, the Christian God, who is the creator of everything.
Mm-hmm.
Are you one who believes that God is the one who created everything?
Yeah. Well, no, because there are things that exist that intrinsically to like God's nature. So God didn't create himself. He didn't create the Son, didn't create the Holy Spirit. I'd say the laws of logic may be true to his nature as well. But say everything. So anything that like has a beginning was implemented because of God's will.
Okay. So how do you know?
How do I know?
Yes.
Death and resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Okay. Outside of the Bible and the debated issues of Josephus. And
why do I have to go outside the Bible?
What's that?
Why do I have to leave the Bible?
Because to be fair and honest, I think it's irresponsible for us to use, in some cases, for the most part, 66 books that form the Bible as the way we see things. So if we're just when I say that, what I mean is if we're going to take the Bible as our only reference point, which a lot of people do, and not test that against other things, I think we can see, and I think we do see a lot of issues that come from that.
Amen. I think you should test the Bible against other things, especially in the historical criteria. And I think if you do that, I think the Bible outshines almost every other historical document or documents.
But when we look at the Bible, like I was kind of speaking to earlier, the Bible does speak to some sciencey stuff, right? It says that God created stars. We know that's not how that works. It spoke in the Bible about how the earth stood still. You have some people who believe that the earth is flat in the Bible. We have animals that chew cud, such as oxen or sheep, that do not chew cud. We have Jesus that specifically does not denounce the slavery that was not only
you're kind of doing a Gish Gallop right now. What do you want me to address?
So no, what I'm doing is I'm kind of, if we're going to use the Bible, not to Gish Gallop, you're kind of right about that. But when we take this Bible and we look at all the potential issues that are shown, and we just look at it, it creates a lot of doubt. And then when we go out and we investigate and we use what we use today for oil, for navigation, for space travel, for all of it, we would not use the Bible for that. And what we do for other things
that's a category error.
Shows it. I mean, it could be, but what am I saying that specifically?
Well, I'm not going to use the Bible to determine how to drive a car because it's not in the category of car mechanics.
Sure. So what I'm trying to say, and I tend to blabber, I'm sorry, is that we have a book that says Jesus Christ died and resurrected.
Yep.
And you're using this book that says that as your belief that God created everything. So when I'm looking at that book, I see a ton of issues that issues that have been debated for thousands of years, that have molded in different translations, different ways to look
I
at
got to
it,
stop you
etc.
again there, Jason. You're not really giving me a problem to address.
The problem that should be addressed is when we have so many issues in the Bible. The flood, that just is categorically incorrect. We're looking at a flood.
So do you want me to
happened
address the
roughly
flood? Like if I correct the issues of the flood, is that going to make you a Christian?
I don't believe you can.
But if
correct
I
the
did,
flood.
would you all of a sudden become a Christian? Let's say we go through every one of these so-called issues that you brought forward in the Bible, and I show you a harmonization or a correction for it that is more logical and explains the data better. Would all of a sudden you become a Christian?
I would. I'm trying to be fair, consistent, and honest with you. I'm interested to see what you have to say about the flood, especially given the timeline of it. Would it make me a Christian? To be honest with you, no, but it definitely would spark more interest and intrigue.
Yeah, but my question is, if we went through every one of these so-called problems and we spent 3-4 days on it, because I guarantee you every one of these so-called objections that you have has been addressed either by a church father. A lot of these church fathers have been addressing these issues for thousands of years, or by modern apologists or modern scholarship. If we went through every one of them and I addressed it in a parsimonious way, would you then all of a sudden say, okay, Bible's true, I got to be a Christian?
Well, I mean, if you were to do that, and that's what if that's what the wager was, I would then say, like, the latest data we had of people going into seminary to become people at the pulpit, like, if I remember right, the data was 20 to 30% of all people that go into seminary that are going to run churches and teach people. Like, they go into the seminary and they testify, and we have YouTube channels and books, etc. And these people will say they learn that the Bible is allegorical. They truly allegorical.
Yeah, so I can make you a Protestant pastor. I can make you a Protestant pastor in 15 minutes online. Like, if that's our criteria, then of course it's going to fall
I mean, we're
apart.
talking about people that spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to spend 4 to 10 years in school, that get a couple years into it. They're taught by theologians, and they're dropping out and now coming out and telling people, like, there's serious issues with the word. And these are people way more versed than we are.
Okay,
like,
so
these are people
but this is
dedicate.
completely irrelevant to me, because I have people who have done the opposite, who've gone through the same seminary, same school, and have become pastors. The late, oh my God, forgetting his name all of a sudden. Michael Heiser, the late Michael Heiser, literally had an entire podcast dedicated called The Naked Bible. His dedication was to show Christians the academic idea around the scripture, because there is this, I agree with you, there is this problem in Christianity where it's like fundamentalism has taken over, and for some reason these dogmas that never existed before took over Christianity and they ran with it. And his job as a scholar and as a pastor, which is what two things that he did, was to try to reveal that information. So he literally up there in the top echelon of scholars, still a Christian, still traditional Christian, still found harmonizations to these so-called issues, and still preached that Jesus Christ rose from the dead.
And I think, just personally, that if God inspired this word to be written over hundreds of years by all these different authors.
Well, what do you mean by
that
inspired?
It would be, what is it? Was it in Timothy where God said that he inspired the word? I forget.
Well, Timothy says all scripture is God breathed and good for edifying.
Yeah. Thank you. So when I'm looking at that, when I used to read the Bible, and I've gone through it a couple times, if this is the word of God.
But what do you mean by that?
I mean, what do I mean when I say this
word of
the
God
Bible
or
is the word of God?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is a lot of Christians claim that the Bible is the word of God. This is coming out of the mouths of Christians.
What does that mean?
That means, well, I mean, you have some Christians who will believe that every word is true in the Bible. There are no contradictions. There are no fallacies. You have some people that believe
But
that God spoke.
I gotta stop you real quick. Again, because my original criteria is if we're just going to point out individual Christian beliefs, sure, we're going to find all sorts of problems. I'm more interested in traditional and scholarly Christian beliefs. Because we're going to have, I guarantee you, if I talk to laymen about evolution all the time, they're going to get so many things wrong. That doesn't mean evolution is false.
Sure. And that's kind of, and I agree with you again there too, like if we nitpick all the points, but we have over 1 billion people on this planet that believe in Christianity. And there are a big sect and portion of them that just have different things. So,
but we keep bringing up the comparison between that and evolution. If that disproves Christianity, then it should also disprove evolution.
So maybe I just blanked out there. So what about evolution and Christianity are we talking about?
Okay, well, if the issue is that you talk to individual Christians and they get things different, well, if I talk to individual atheists and Christians as well, theistic or evolutionary Christians.
Oh, I see what you're saying now.
I'm going to have things different in evolution. I also, even if I talk to scholarship in evolution, they don't agree on everything. So that doesn't mean evolution is false. It just means that there is room to negotiate with certain ideals.
So let's say it was just me and you in a coffee shop. And so I was a Calvinist Christian. Okay. I believed and I showed people how the word was inerrant. There were no issues. And then I started studying the Bible, and here's where I came up with issues. So if I were to sit across from you and I said, I need to be saved, I feel like I can't do anything. And we go through the Bible. The Bible shows on some views that the earth is 6,000 to 10,000 years old.
No, it doesn't.
But would you say that there are a lot of Christians who believe that it is?
Yeah, that comes from an old trope where there was one King James study Bible that was like really popular for a while. And in that study Bible, a scholar said that. And he came to that conclusion because he started adding up genealogies. And he's like, well, it has to be this old from Adam to us. There's a whole bunch of logical problems with that, right? So for one, is everybody in the genealogy recorded, right? Does it record actual ages of those people in the genealogies? Is there gaps of like a record between like Adam and his children and so on? Because for example, there's a genealogy where it says Adam and Eve had their 3 sons. And then through 800 years, they had many sons and daughters. How many sons and daughters do they have? How many, and so on and so forth. How long did it take? So I think there's a huge problem with what that scholar did. And that's not in scripture itself, nor is it in church history.
I agree with you, but my point was that there are, and I know we keep going back. So, for example, I think Mike Johnson, right, the Speaker of the House, he believes the word of the Bible is true, is just 100% true. I believe, if I remember right, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, he believes of a young Earth. He doesn't believe.
Yeah, I don't. Even if he believes there's a young Earth, I don't understand how.
So we have a man that is what? Because if he believes there's a young Earth and he's using the Bible as his backbone, similar to what you do, saying that God is the beginning of everything, it's just not correct.
But I don't understand how it's an issue. Like he thinks something that's wrong. So what?
But he also thinks you're wrong. So we have 2 Christians who believe in Jesus Christ. So you so casually say, okay, but the problem still remains, which we don't have really time to get into today.
But I'm just going to go back to the evolutionary model. Can you give me your version of the evolutionary model and why yours trumps all the other ones?
My evolutionary model is based on where the science is today with it, which is shifting all of the time. And hold on, if I were to look at, let's say I were to look at a book on evolution from, I don't know, Penn State, I would compare what Penn State says with Mizzou or Oregon or whatever. I would look at different books, and then I would go to different people, and then I would do all of the research to discern. and then talk to people about it. And what people do in science is they submit a paper on it, and all the academics in the field shred it apart or say what's good about it, and
Right.
then it's released.
The same
So
thing happens
when-
in
when-
Christianity. I don't understand the issue.
So when that happens in Christianity, the people like me who are skeptic, who are saying it's possible, what you're saying is true, we see so many different inconsistencies. We see young Earth and old Earth. We see some Christians believe that evolution is not real or it's real. We have some Christians
Okay.
and non-Christians who believe.
Right.
So
right.
I mean,
still
we
don't
go
see
on
that.
and
You're
on
still
and
not
on.
bringing up a contention or an issue. You're just saying Christians disagree about
The-
things. How does that?
So
let's
the
say we
conti-
let's say we all unanimously disagree about all these subjects. How does that change whether or not Jesus Christ risen off the cross?
Because it's only in the Bible. We're looking at the
Mhm.
Bible, who is filled with all sorts of things that
Mhm.
posits all sorts of beliefs and questions all across the spectrum of Christianity.
Is the Bible one
And
source or
in this
multiple
Bible-
sources?
So give me another source outside of the Bible during.
You haven't
its
given me a
time
reason
where
to
it
go
talks
outside of
about
the
Jesus.
Bible, so I'm not going to.
How would you not want to go outside of the Bible?
Why do I need to?
Because it's irresponsible. That was my
Why?
original
That's begging
claim.
the question.
Okay,
Why
so-
is it irresponsible?
Sure. Let's say the world collapses, right?
Mhm.
You and 1,000 people are left, and you've got to rebuild everything, right? You know what exists today and what's possible. Are we just going to use this Bible as the foundation?
That's a
for
category
everything?
error. Right? What's the question that we're trying to ask? I'm trying to ask the question, did Jesus Christ rise from the dead? Right? I'm not going to read a book about mechanics to answer that question, am I?
So if you're going to approach me and say Jesus Christ rose from the dead, and you're going to give me one source that speaks of it,
Just not one source.
I'm going to say Are you saying it's 66 or 73, whatever? Like, yes, we
So
have
about
66 books.
Jesus's resurrection would be about 5 to 7 sources, using about 20 some individual manuscripts.
And in those manuscripts,
Mhm.
I mean, I shouldn't have to say the issues we see with the manuscripts, and I think your audience knows that too. But we're talking about the biggest claim in the history of the world,
Mhm.
that even before that, we saw same stories. Before Jesus Christ, we saw stories, 12 disciples, people getting raised from the dead.
Really?
We
Where?
saw the same. I can pull it up if you want me to.
Because I
do not
guarantee
have
you
it
anything
memorized.
that you find is going to be written after the Gospels.
So if I were to give you my email, and I say this in good faith, it's not a got you, but if I asked you to go do legitimate research, would you?
I
do it?
have. I've already done it. I've already done it on this specific topic, right? The vast majority of these so-called stories about Jesus Christ and the correlations between them are very vague. So for example, there's like one God that's a virgin death, but they were born from a rock. So of course it's a virgin death. And then the ones that are actually similar are written after Jesus. Like the manuscripts come after
So
the
you-
manuscripts we have of the Bible.
So you're going to sit here claiming there's only one like pseudo story before Christ.
I'm
I
saying
just wanna
Jesus'
hear you.
Christ story is unique.
Unique in the way that he is the only one that is risen from the dead.
No, I'm saying his story is unique. If we're just talking about death and resurrection, like ideal, that's a very like encapsulating concept that can cover like a multitude of things. I'm talking specifically Jesus Christ's story in its totality is unique.
Sure. So I see I'm like getting in. I'm doing non-fair type talking points, and I'm starting to just blabber at this point. The last thing I'll ask you is, you do have people like me, and people like me aren't going to sit across from people like you very often, if ever. So most people aren't going to have the time to go do all of this research when I think the Bible says they should. So when you get a lot of people, again, who are like me, who spend a lot of time looking at all of these issues, and we say to you that this is the only book that we see that speaks to the resurrection of Jesus Christ that has definitional issues, and you as Christians can't provide any other resource, and you always say that we shouldn't need anything else, I have to take a step back and say it's hard for me to hear that. If something
that's
is
not my
so
problem.
large,
Right, like, and I don't mean to sound offensive. I don't mean to sound offensive. But
No,
if you invent
feel
a new criteria that's specific to the way that you desire to be told things, that's on you. That's not on me.
I feel it should be a concern when on the Sermon on the Mount, Jesus said the main mission is, and I'm paraphrasing, to go make disciples.
Well, that
So
was in Sermon on the
Christians
Mount.
are supposed to say again?
That wasn't the Sermon on the Mount. That was Matthew 28:19. After he resurrected, go forth and make disciples out of all nations, baptizing in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
I could be incorrect, but I believe one of the main points on the Sermon on the Mount, if not the main point, was go make disciples.
No, that didn't happen until after, because he couldn't make disciples yet because he hadn't died on the cross. The covenant was only for Israel at that point. He had to die on the cross for the covenant to be opened up to the Gentiles.
I'll grant that to you. I'm just curious, and I'm the type of guy that's going to go look. Not to belabor the whole point, but the big contention in the circles that I'm in is that it's hard for us to use one source, or 5 to 7, as you were saying, that is compiled into one book.
Right.
That the biggest, largest claim ever made, that a man died, rose 3 days later, which is also said differently in the Gospels, that this man rose and ascended and has decided from that point forward that he's going to pick and choose who he talks to. He's going to pick and choose when he shows up. He's going to be inconsistent from the time that he rose until now.
Well, no, that's
And
pretty
we're
consistent.
saying,
God has always done that since the beginning of time. If the Christian worldview is true, God has always been very specific on who he revealed himself to. That's very consistent with his nature.
So if I knock on the door like Christ asks, right? I'm sitting there, I'm begging, I'm in my closet praying, like Christ said I should do, and I'm suicidal, on the verge of divorce, all the bad stuff, and I'm literally pleading for my life for Christ to show up, and he never does. But we hear millions of people testifying that in that same moment, Christ presents themselves, and the person like me, who absolutely begs with all of his life and he never answers, we have to ask ourselves why. It seems like God picks favorites.
You're not dead yet.
You didn't answer my question though. Why? Why does God?
I did answer your question. You're not dead yet. If you're truly a non-resistant non-believer, you're just asking for him to do it in your time. He doesn't. He does it in his own time.
No, I'm asking. God created me. Okay, God is my creator. He is my father. He has this plan and vision, and every day, as a skeptic, I'm there still asking him to present himself. But I will hear testimonies of literally millions of people that will do it in a moment and claim that they hear from God.
Right.
And I'm wondering why God picks and chooses.
You're not dead yet. You're just saying he has to do it in your time. He doesn't work in your time. He does it in his own time.
I'm asking.
That's like asking Abraham. Why did God wait until he was 80 years old before he sent him on his journey?
I'm not asking for God to do it in my time. I'm asking, why does God seem to pick and choose?
That's not picking and choosing.
If me and you are sitting side by side, and we both do the same thing, and you have an experience with God, I do the same and don't have an experience of God.
You're asking him to do it in your time. Like I'm saying, if you're truly a non-resistant non-believer, I truly believe that you will have your experience.
Then why do so many go to their grave not having it?
We don't know if they do, right? This isn't it.
I mean, I've sat with people in hospice.
I've been so interested. So hold on. You asked me a question. Let me answer. First Peter says that those who that when Jesus died, he went to Sheol, the prison, to hell, literally to hell, and gave them the gospel. That's what it says in 1 Peter. We don't know when it happens. You also don't know the hearts of people. You don't know if they were genuinely non-resistant non-believers, right? If they were really actually open to the idea of the gospel, or if it was just head knowledge that they were seeking. We don't know the hearts of people. Only God knows. God knows if he would have revealed himself, if they would have accepted or not.
I mean, you quote Peter in that context, but if I were to say to you in Numbers 31 that God commands a slaughter, God commanded a slaughter of certain people.
That's a red herring.
And then it's an analogy. It's to point out that Christians will use verses from the Bible.
Those people in Numbers 31, those people went to war with Israel and fought back against God and rejected him. It's not a good analogy.
What the point I'm trying to make, and forgive me if I misspeak, like I said, it's my first time doing this. I'm doing my best. But when you're trying to prove a point, using verses in the Bible to make your point valid, if I were to use another ambiguous quote in the Bible that is just shown to be deplorable or not true or whatever, it seems a little bit it seems unfair to use the Bible and quote certain things to benefit.
It's an eternal. You're giving an eternal critique. Why would I not use the Bible in an eternal critique?
I'm saying it's out of good faith.
But why would I not use the internal aspects of what we believe as Christians to combat an eternal critique?
And it goes back, and that's a good question, and it goes back to what I say. I think the Bible does say Christians are supposed to use the Bible. I
didn't say that.
God says to. I should stop now. Let's go ahead and just pause for now. I think we're kind of getting circular at this point, and this was fun for my first time. I enjoyed this. I did.
You did good, man. I appreciate you coming up. This is a good long conversation. God bless and good luck on your journey, and I hope you get your revelation one day.
All right. Good luck, bud. Bye.
All right, peace. What are we saying, chat? I think that's a good time to end it.
I'm really hungry.
My wife is hungry. So if you want to keep going, I'm going to need some incentive. If not, I gotta take off. Right, I'm going to get my wife fed because we're going to do nachos tonight. I'm just saying. If we wanted to do one more, there'd have to be a good reason to do it. There'd have to be a good reason to do it.
Well, this person, Sean, has been waiting.
Who?
Sean.
There's a multitude of people who've been waiting a long time.
But he works through the week, so he can't call.
I can't select them because the queue only works if I select the next person they come up. I literally cannot select them. It's an impossibility. I wish I could, but I wish I could. Let's read some super chats while we are waiting. While we are waiting for the chat to make up their mind on what they want. Mitzrayim, thank you again for the 10 Big John Steele gifted memberships. They've been handing them out like candy, and we really appreciate it. Same with Jacob, another 5 gifted memberships. Big W's. W's in the chat, boys. Daniel, see, now I'm going to start saying it unironically. Daniel Clark came in with another 5. Lord Stryker with another 5. You guys are fighting. They were fighting about who's gonna be the best. Neumann, guest just switched from being a dogmatic Christian to a dogmatically righteous religious atheist. I think that was back when Tim was going. Sean Bessady, Burkle meteor hit the Indian Ocean 5,000 years ago. Did it? Coltrane, the Catholic Church has been fully infiltrated. The pride crosses coming into Basilica, and now a Muslim prayer room in the Vatican grounds. What a waste of time. Lives in repelling Muslims. I disagree with the prayer room, but I've heard good arguments for it. If I'm going to try to steelman it, the argument for the prayer room is that you can't evangelize to people who have to pray 5 times a day, right? They can't be there to evangelize to if they have to leave all the time to go pray, to go leave the room and go find their own areas to pray. You provide them a prayer room, then they're there, then you can evangelize them and you can talk to them. I still disagree with it because you wouldn't put a temple ball inside your worship house. And God 100% told us to smash the statues of Asherah when they were starting being put up in his temples. So I completely disagree with it, but I do understand their logic. Early church Christians felt no need to explain how old the earth was based. The only reason someone placed a date was to placate the dogmatic atheist. Fraud. What criteria am I a fraud? Go feed Abby. She's the backbone of the stream. She really is. Feed Abby. Get out of here. You guys are paying me to leave? That's a first. That's a first. Like, you guys were so upset yesterday when I canceled the live, and now it's here's some money, John Gold. It's because Tim did such a better job. It's because Tim did such a good job that they don't want me anymore. They're like, we got Tim now. What do we need John for? But in all honesty, Tim did a really good job today. A really awesome job. And we should be very proud of him. And you definitely should be following his channel. You should 100% be following Tim's channel. Well, if that's the case, then yeah, it's actually because Tim left. That was a fake pay to leave. They gave $2 each to stay and pay the big bucks. They said to leave. Duncan comes in with $5. It says, have you come across Carl Jung? Understand on his belief in God. I don't need to believe. I know. Enjoy your meal. Thank you. I've heard of Carl Jung, for sure. We can hear Abby's stomach growling. No, that's just Abby. That's just what she sits there. She just sits there and growl. You know what we're gonna do? I had this idea. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna make a video where you're gonna be sitting behind me, and you're gonna be wearing a collar, and you get up to leave, and I'm gonna pretend to press a button, and you're gonna scream and sit back down.
We're not gonna do that.
Why are we not gonna do that?
That's in poor taste.
Why are we not gonna do that? And then we're gonna post it. And
because that's not funny. That's animal abuse.
No, it's wife abuse. It's different. I think it'd be hilarious. Chat, what do you think? That would be a hilarious video or not?
Even Striker says no. That's how you know it's bad.
Pale-faced, fraudulent trog. What's a trog?
Fraudulent trog.
I think it'd be a funny video. I think it'd be... Do a poll. See if they want to do it or not. I think it'd be a funny video. I think it'd be hilarious.
Maybe it's slang from the UK, meaning a hooligan.
I'm a hooligan. You're not wrong. There is something about me that makes people more combative. Even when I'm trying to be in good faith and I'm trying to talk to people nicely, I bring out the worst in people. I don't know what it is. I bring out the worst in people. Tim brought out the best in people. I make them angry and scream. I don't know how. I do it because I'm asking the same questions. Shock collar. What we got? It's neck and neck. We're 50-50 right now. 53% no. It's my tone. Yeah, there's something about my tone. It really is my tone. It was this is something to me always told me as a child, is that it's not what I say, it's how I'm saying it. Everybody always thought I was argumentative and mean just because of my tone. I can't change my voice. I talk like this from now on. And then I'll see that's mean. That's mean now.
I'm not doing it anyway, so that was pointless.
Well, then I'll have to get a new wife. We'll have to be Muslim. You are the worst troglodyte. Who's the best troglodyte? That's my real question. Who's the best troglodyte? That's a question I need answered. I need that answer today. It'd be funner to let, oh my God, I'm not reading that. Yeah, sometimes I wonder if John is a meanie. I know, right? I am fired. Bro is paying to insult you. It happens more often than you think. But listen, I have no shame. If you want to pay me to insult me, I'll take it. I'll take your abuse. I will take your abuse. Well, I guess we are ending it here. It was a good live. It was a good, solid live. Tim killed it. Absolutely killed it. We're going to get him up more often. We'll do a prayer and a plug. Then we're going to hang out on YouTube. I'm going to say it now because I don't care if we lose the viewers on TikTok. We're going to hang out on YouTube for about 5-10 more minutes, answer any questions that you guys have. So let's do it. Our Father is in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us of our debts as we also forgive our debtors. And lead us not to temptation, but deliver us from evil. Lord, you are good in everything that you do. Thank you for the works that you did through Tim today. Lord, I think you made some good moves. Well done. Not that you need our props. But yeah, thank you so much for what you've done. I ask that you give us all the opportunity to share our gifts, right? Don't let us be armchair Christians and just consumers of content. Let us actually go out there and do something for the kingdom, every one of us. Help me and guide me to do the same thing and make sure that we're building and not destroying. But sometimes you got to crack a few eggs. So let us know when it's time to crack an egg, and let us know when it's time to make an omelet. Forgive us of our sins. Be gracious with us. Never turn your face from us. Lord, we sin against you often, and we just ask that you just be patient with us as you work us towards sanctification. You are good. We are not. Correct those that come against us if they're wrong. Correct us if we are wrong. And yeah, thank you for the cross. In Jesus' name, amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Hallelujah. All right, guys, you know what to do. Go follow me on all platforms. Follow me on YouTube. We put out lives 3 times a week. We do hangouts twice a week, and we put out content twice a week. That is like 70,000 videos a week. What more could you ask for? We also have membership content that can be asked us over there. Mitch Ram's handing out membership. So if you subscribe, you get a chance to get a free membership. You never know when it's going to happen. These guys are handing it out like candy. With the membership, you get access to the hangouts and the raids, because those raids are not open to the public. They're only open for the hangout people. So you'll get access to those. You can also support on Patreon, right? Link is in the bio. That helps us keep this channel going. It keeps Abby fed, right? If it wasn't for you guys, Abby wouldn't get to eat. So thank you for that. With the Patreon, you get our daily Bible study, where we are currently going through the Gospel of John. You also get access to 1 exclusive video a month, something that is just for you. And you get access to those hangout sessions, the hangout sessions that you would get access to as a member on YouTube. You get those as well. So definitely go over there. There's a couple options for you depending on what you want. Abby's my wife. Yeah, without you guys, we cannot do this. So we need your help in growing this channel. Also, as a popular request, there is in my link as well a registry on Amazon wishlist for things for the studio. These aren't personal things. These are things specifically to help make the live stream better. Or me and Abby are also planning on doing a podcast. So if you want to help contribute to that, we've also had some people like these headphones were bought off this microphone was bought off that. And we think, I think it was Funky that got that. We thank Funky for doing that for the channel and helping it sound better and look better. If we got other stuff that's going to help grow the podcast and grow the channel. So you have that option as well. I'm profiting off Jesus' name. Hallelujah. Is that bad? What's wrong with that? Paul literally says you should profit for your work in the gospel. I don't see an issue with that. Trust me though. If I was about the money, this is not the job you would take. When you do the math hourly, it's like $12 an hour, bro. It's like $12 an hour. All right, guys. So everybody watching on TikTok, we're going to be over on YouTube answering some questions, but we will see you all on Monday. God bless. Have yourself a great day. And then it's just us. What's up, guys? Should I feed Abby today? I was thinking that we'd let her starve a little, just so she remembers what it's like to not have us. Right? She needs to know. She needs to know.
Raise Angst says no.
Who says no?
Raise Angst.
What is no to what?
Me getting fed.
No, we shouldn't feed her? Great. We will not feed Abby. Super based. I'll just eat in front of her so she knows. And I'll tell her how good it tastes. And she still has to cook it too. You're doing more giving than getting. That's, I don't know. I hope so. Yeah, don't feed her. Starve your wife, folks. Shot caller. That's so bad. Because somebody said that. It's like you sit in the background as a prop, just like the dog did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that's a compliment.
I don't know. I guess so. I seen her eating a cheeseburger while you were working hard. She doesn't eat cheeseburgers.
I don't like cheeseburgers.
She doesn't like cheeseburgers. That's a weird thing about her. She doesn't like anything with flavor. I keep telling you guys this. We're going to have nachos.
No,
nachos has flavor.
I have a story about burgers.
Let's hear your story. But can you do it with the microphone?
Yeah. When I was a child, I was watching Lizzie McGuire, and they had, like, they're talking about burgers. And for anybody that's watched Lizzie McGuire, sometimes there's, like, a little cartoon version of her. And it popped up a cartoon version of a cow, and it made me sad. And I couldn't eat beef for years.
Fair enough. This comment super based.
I only just got over it.
She doesn't like
Not
anything
just-
with flavor.
just,
Explains
but,
her
like,
marrying John.
Semi recently. So I don't really like beef in like a cake form. I like ground beef.
Mitchell, you're a little late. We're ending the stream.
Oh,
Sorry, bro. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Steele, for taking the fight to those lying Muslims. I do what I can. Also, can we give props to God Logic's wife, who like went in and just wrecked, like the 5 Muslims versus 5 Christian women, and she just went in and wrecked. Props to God Logic's wife. She's out there putting in work too. I think the effect comes because you're a Canadian. People don't like talking to Canadians. Maybe. I really like it. There is something about me that just really peeves everybody off all the time. And once you get to know me, you're like, wow, I never thought I would like this guy. But when you meet me, like I had some friends, I went to the pool the other day, or probably a couple weeks ago. No, like a month ago. Wow. I have no concept of time. And they were hanging out in the hot tub. I didn't go with them. They were just there. And so they were sitting in the hot tub, and I came up. They're like, man, we were just watching you stand there. And like, we were just talking about how much of a douche you look like. They didn't say the word douche, but it's just like, I just stand there.
They said intimidating.
Yeah, it was the same thing. I just have that presence about me. John is learning to grift. You love it? I hate it. I hate grifting with a passion. I still remember the first time I started a Patreon, I was so apologetic. Like, listen, guys, I'm so sorry I made a Patreon. Like, but I'm just trying to like make up a little bit ends meet and trying to like, I'm doing this for like 6 hours a day. And I was so apologetic, man. But like, it's part of the job, man. It's part of the job. One day I'll get over it and I'll just like embrace the grift. One day I'll just embrace the grift. But it just, for some reason, it just makes me feel gross. It does feel like begging for money. It really does. But I am putting in work.
What was my first impression of John?
She thought I was handsome.
I did think he was handsome. I was scared of him. But because it was in a martial arts setting and he knew what he was doing and I did not. So I was kind of scared of everybody.
But she thought I was handsome.
I did.
I so handsome. Everybody, when they meet me, is scared of me. And I'm not that scary. I'm not even that tough. I mean, I'm tougher than most people, but for the overall spectrum of tough guys, I'm like on the low end. Mitchell, here, take it. Thank you, Mitchell. Appreciate you. I thought girls were scary. How tall am I? I am 6'2". Actually, I'm 6'1" now. I used to be 6'2". I shrunk. 6'1" now. I was really upset about that. I took a lot of pride in being 6'2". No, now I'm 6'1". Now it's like, it's a sadness, a deep sadness inside me. I shrunk. I shrunk with my age. I guess getting older, I just shrunk. Because I used to be 6'2". I measured 6'2". I measured myself.
Well, maybe you measured yourself wrong.
I don't think
That's
so. I did
probably
it several
more
times.
likely.
I'm pretty sure I shrunk. And you guys watch the Mike Licona debate on Sean McDowell's channel? No, I haven't. Not yet. I'm not the biggest fan of Mike Licona's debating tactics, to be honest. Honey, I shrunk myself. Too much sitting, not enough stretching. Maybe. How tall is Abby? Tall,
I'm like 5'9", 5'10".
yeah, she tall lady. She tall lady. And here's something I'm very proud that I could say. Most you men in the chat, my wife could kick the crap out of you. And I'm not saying that unironically. Like, you know how a lot of guys just like, they have tough wives and they're like, yeah, they could beat you up, bro. But it's not really. They're just bragging. You're like, my wife could actually probably beat you up. Like in a real life, full on fighting scenario, she'd probably win. Most of you guys. I'm not saying all you guys. Some of you guys are just going to have some freak strength, but Mitchell trains, so maybe not Mitchell, but like, I think most of you guys, she's just going to beat the crap out of.
Thanks, darling.
So what's her martial arts background? Well, she's a red belt under me in karate kickboxing. And that's just one step below black. And she is a purple belt, 4 stripes. She's about to get a brown belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. She has a championship belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. She has like 50 gold medals in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. She's sponsored in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. So she's got a sponsorship. She literally gets paid to compete.
Well, they pay my registration fee.
Yeah, well, they pay her registration fee to compete. You can watch how many like most of her like YouTube fights like on channels are like the most viewed YouTube fights on those channels. So yeah, she's what can I show one of your fights?
Yeah.
Okay,
You
what's
just
your
gotta
what's your
find a good
favorite
one.
what's your favorite one of you fighting?
I don't know. It's got to be interesting. It's not gonna be that interesting for people that don't know jujitsu.
Well, that's
'Cause
what I'm
they
saying.
don't get
This
it.
one?
No.
No. You tell me which one you want me to play.
Keep going. Go to their. Go. Can you put in?
Yeah.
Delete.
Oh, hold on.
That's the page then. This is my stuff. Like, that's not me.
Oh, kind of looked like
Those
you
are
for a second.
training videos because I haven't competed in a while.
This one?
That one's pretty good.
You want me to play that one?
I think so.
Yeah. Make her work on two things. You're either gonna keep guard.
I was already watching it.
You gotta defend, Daddy.
That's Paul.
That's Paul coaching you?
Right, make her clinch. Hands together, squeeze her. Put your hands together, Abby. Squeeze, connect. Connect your hands and pull the toggle. Let's
How
go.
long ago is this?
Squeeze her in. There we go. That's it.
Yeah, she's way
Squeeze
better
her,
now.
Abby. Good. All right. That's it. Get your knee out, Abby. Leave the foot, take the knee out. Make her work on two things. You're either going to keep guard
Sweep the leg.
or you're going to work her arm. That's it, Abby. Right.
What's the one where you did like the flying thing? Like you jumped, you flew through the air, and you're like, that's so cool, and you wanted to show me.
There we go. Yeah, right under her elbow. Wonderful on your left side. You got it.
You can go back. I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, I think it was more recent. If you went on their page, maybe.
It's a recent one? Hold on. Because, yeah, you're right. That is a boring one.
Jiu-jitsu's hard.
It's hard to be entertaining sometimes.
I'll try and find one.
In jiu-jitsu. This one? Oh, that one was good.
Yeah, that one's good.
Did you win?
Yeah. They only
There we
posted
go.
it.
You lost, you tripped.
Yeah, but I win.
Yeah, no. I'm not proud of what you do well. I'm disappointed what you do poorly.
This is my bread and butter.
This pass is your bread and butter. I taught you that. Can you not just punch her?
I kind of win twice in this one because it's the one where he reset me out of a submission.
Oh, right. 4 minutes. We can wait 4 minutes. You can all wait 4 minutes. Yeah, right there. Armbar. Boom. Oh!
And then, so I have this, and then he paused us because we went out of bounds. It's garbage. Hey, look, it's the guy that trains with us.
Oh, yeah, it is too.
He is, yeah, mad.
No, I don't think that's him. I don't think that's him. He full on had that. The fact he started just standing is crazy. Crazy work. Oof. That was full face to the ground. Look at it. Let's go. Let's go. Look, you're winning 19-2. Here it is. Let's go.
You can hear all the kids, bow and arrow.
And there it is. There's the win. For those that don't know, Abby just choked her with her own jacket. Just choked her with her own jacket. Great. All right. That's it. I showed off my wife. All right. I'm going to go now. I love you all. God bless. Have yourself a great day. Bye-bye. See you later. Adios.